銀河旋風ぐらい夜空の星が輝く陰で悪の笑いがこだまする。星から星に泣く人の涙背負って宇宙の始末。銀河旋風ぐらいがお呼びとあらば即参上。
情け無用アステロイドベルトのアウトロも震え出すコズモレンジャージェナイト宇宙空間突っ走るのさブライさんだブライさんだ10万光年星のきらめき飛び交うブライスター広がるプラズマウルフのマグアあいつは銀河旋風銀河旋風ブライガジェナイ恐れ無用悪の限り
Hi. Yes, hi.
Wow, 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 wow. I hope your Twitch chat can heal you. Oh, you fixed it on Discord, but not on stream.
Webcam in. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, that's I guess because I plugged the webcam in before I turned on my computer. Anyway, not everyone can hear me. JD, can your chat hear this?
They should be able to.
Okay, good. This is important. Check this out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what we're gonna do?
Yeah! Yes! Yes!
That's awesome.
Fuck yes!
I love sipping. Love sipping my treats and my drinks.
Having a
sip,
sip
I
is
chug.
all that it is. Welcome. I am, you know, last time the stream was like 10 to 15 minutes late because I just sat in a fucking call talking about old game magazines and looking at old game magazines. And this time I said, hey, let's not do that. Let's be on time, and we are on time. Mostly.
We almost did.
We're only like 1
We didn't
minute
almost
like
talk about Sega Saturn games.
It's
But-
fine. It's fine. Anyway, I got this package in the mail. I'm about to learn all the cheats I need and the secrets I missed for Hitman Contracts.
I don't even know which game that is.
Hitman Contracts is the weird one that came out before Blood Money. That is honestly the best one they made before they made Blood Money.
So it's after the first game.
It's after
before the
Hitman.
game.
It's the third Hitman game. There's Hitman,
Oh,
Codename
okay.
47, Hitman 2, something, Silent Assassin. Who fucking cares? It sucks. People will tell you Hitman 2 is like the classic, original, good one. Hitman 2 sucks. Don't listen to people who say that. Hitman Contracts is this weird, super dark, like. It's the start of like. It's kind of weird. It's almost similar to Hitman Blood Money and how weirdly ambitious it is. Because it's like, the entire game is 47 bleeding out on the floor and just fucking hallucinating, remembering missions he went on.
Boring.
And it's kind of like, it's a pseudo remake of Hitman 1, but without a couple of levels. But it's good because unlike Hitman 2, where you still have to do levels that are like, hey, what if instead of a murder sandbox, we put you in an ice canyon and you fought snipers for 20, 30 minutes before you got to an actual normal level that you want to do in Hitman. Hitman Contracts is the first one they went, hey wait, that sucks, what if we just made the levels the thing you want to do in Hitman?
I don't know.
God.
The name Hitman Contract sounds like a DS game.
It does,
It
but
really does.
it's so weird. It's like such a weird, like, secret middle game, but it's not bad. It's pretty, I think it's no Blood Money, but like, I feel like it's where they started moving towards Blood Money, because it's both weirdly, like, dark and creepy, and, it's got like a weird narrative framing device. Because Hitman Blood Money, the whole framing device is, a reporter goes to interview some, like, weird burned up dude in a wheelchair about this you know, some like the upcoming election, and the dude's like, yeah, I fucking lied to you, let's talk about this urban legend assassin that you think is like fake.
Huh.
And let's talk about it on the way to his funeral. And that's Hitman Blood Money. It's so fucking cool. Everyone go play Hitman Blood Money, and I'm sorry about the tutorial if you do. I'm sorry. I didn't make it.
You didn't make it.
I didn't make it. There's a lot of stuff in Hitman Blood Money I wouldn't want to take credit for. Even though it is the best one that isn't the World of Assassination trilogy. Hello, we're playing Abiotic Factor.
We're playing Hitman.
We should play Hitman. We should play
They should
Hitman.
make a Hitman survival game.
Oh.
In Black Mesa.
There should be a Hitman game where... I'm surprised there's like a Gmod mode that's like, you know, the one player is 47 and or like everyone's got to run around and they don't know who 47 is or who the target is, and oh Man, when I ordered this, it had
They could call it like Hullabaloo and Hitman Haven.
I almost fucking doxed someone on chat just now because there's like a sticker. This is not an off the rack copy of Tips and Tricks magazine. This is like someone had the subscription and they left the fucking like sticker on when they sold it. They never took it off. And I'm like kind of peeling away at it, and it's peeling some of the cover off, and I'm like, this sucks. And I almost read out the name as a joke, like, hey, why didn't you take your sticker off? I'm like, I shouldn't do that. That's a real person's name and address.
That name, Albert Einstein.
Oh my god.
Honestly, I would leave the sticker and stuff on
I think
historical value.
I mean, I might just try to buy another copy of this one. This issue I did not buy for Hitman Contracts. I bought this issue because it's the one I know I had as a kid. Because it has in addition to the Hitman Contracts, it also has guides for the Transformers like Armada PS2 game. Don't care about that, but I had it as a kid. The thing I bought this for, River City Ransom EX guide, talking all about the branching paths and the secret party members. I used that a bunch as a kid. It's probably the reason I got that game in the first place, because that game has the most GameStop-ass, shitty, fake game cover art in the world. It's insane. I need to, like... Oh my god, this guide. I'm gonna get too distracted. I'm putting that away. I'm putting this away. I will one more thing, though, on this topic. I have to show the American cover art for River City Ransom EX. Because it's just like, it's insane. Like, everybody knows River City Ransom, you know, high school band shows beating each other up. Everybody knows that. What did they do for the GBA version? What did they think that was? Christ, like, I made the joke.
I assume they made them little guys.
I'm about to. They are little guys, but here I'm about to put it up on screen now.
Everybody on the Game Boy was a little guy.
They were little guys. So one of the things about River City Ransom EX is that unlike River City Ransom on the NES, they didn't change the graphics really. So they're not like wearing T-shirts and stuff. Suddenly they're still wearing their like high school uniforms. But like the localization is still the same. Like they're still, you know, called the same thing as were in the NES version. And so for the GBA version in America, they did this. For some reason, they did this. They didn't know what those were, and I guess they couldn't ask anybody. So it's
Kevin, we can't see that.
I know. Let me put it in the Discord. Let me put it in the Discord. Look at this.
I'm setting up my surveillance cameras.
It's some of the worst cover art I've ever seen.
You know, I'll take a picture of my second screen in a second once I get both of you up.
It is a little
yeah.
Nut
It's very
pretty
Nut Shack. It's Nut Shack. It's Nut Shack. It's GameStop. It's GameStop cover arts. It's GameStop like placeholder art from like the mid-aughts.
But like not the good replacement art that they had after a while. Doesn't have the bunny.
It's terrible. And the back's not much better. It's really just like, dog. That's not what they're wearing in the game, man. They've got like those like little. I don't know what you call this, but it's very obviously kind of like Chinese outfit they're wearing here. You know, and it's like, no, that's not what a Japanese high school uniform looks like, fellows. That's not correct.
You fucked it up, pal.
You didn't like ask someone? Also, why did you do that? This looks like... I genuinely think this magazine I bought is the only reason I played this game as a kid, because I would never in a million years see this in a store and pick this up.
Why does it say the name twice?
I don't know. It's stupid. This is the most... Okay, hold on. Soundjake's chat took forever to load. This is the most early 2000s faux anime thing possible. This isn't even faux anime. This isn't even faux anime, I don't think. This is just bad. Security view! Oh my god, Eclipse's fucking view of both streams.
Yeah.
And we both just have this shitty box art up.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's tips and tricks with, like, the Dog Island or What's the other one? Road Trip in it. Some other secret good games. I mean, granted, River City Ransom wasn't ever a secret game, but I didn't know about it when I was a kid. So when they did this GBA remake, like, I would have just seen this and been like, "What the fuck is this? This is stupid."
Tip number 1 for the Dog Island: don't let that man around your mother.
No, don't.
Actually, he's fine.
He's fine. We love Dr. Potan here. He worked very hard to
Yeah,
save
Dr.
the brother.
Yeah, he did.
All right. Well, enough of that. Maybe when we're waiting in the room, I'll crack open this tips and tricks some more. But for now, I need to get to the game. I don't want people with Skyrim profile pictures to get angry when I upload this to YouTube later. that I talk too long in the intro.
Has anyone gotten that Furiosa ad on Twitch?
Which one? I'm not sure. I've seen ads.
It's like a column ad that's like in the stream view, and it like takes up like a good I would say 20% of the stream view and like shrinks it down. It's terrible. It's like so bad. Every time that I get it, I have to refresh because like I literally can't watch the stream.
Does it have the rhino going like?
No, I just gotta hang on. I'll take a picture of it. And I'll take a picture of it with JD's thing to full screen. So
I'm not sure I've seen this. Anyway, people watching my stream, welcome. Hello. You know what this is. We're just gonna talk about bullshit. You know why you're here. We got JD and Eclipse, who I should shout out right now. You know what?
Luckily, my stream is already like 4x3, so that's a little less intrusive.
Yeah, but it's still shrunk. It's still
That works.
the
It's
window
not like it
that
shrunk the whole thing down. Yeah.
yeah.
Hold on. Okay, there we go. Now the shout out worked for JD. JD, by the way, if you're watching me, is also streaming. You could also watch JD's perspective. I just shout out JD twice. I meant to do Eclipse.
JD,
I meant to game. Oh wait, no, I did do the big one for Eclipse. Never mind.
So funny.
It's all correct. Train.
Yeah.
Let's get in this game. Let me get this thing loaded up.
I changed some of my alert stuff recently. I need to change my shout out stuff too.
Legitimately keep forgetting I'm streaming today. I just want to talk about this fucking magazine. It's so cool that you can just buy them on the internet.
So, for context, for people who are watching this, in my own time, I reached I guess like tier 3 of this game, like in terms of like survival game parlance. So I'm just gonna be role playing as if I haven't.
Yeah, you're. Didn't you say you just want to you're just gonna gather resources and just work on the base?
Yeah, pretty much. Because I want y'all to be able to do the progression stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. What tier would you say we're at where we left off?
1.
1? Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Fucking which one is? Okay, the word of science. That's ours, right? I forgot.
Yeah.
It's not Piss World. I think the password's still the same, if y'all remember what it is.
I might. It's still in the chat if it's.
I can just type it again. I think it was a password I put thinking of the name for the, test single-player world I made.
Is the server open already?
It should be open. I'm now in. I've hosted. Oh my god, I gotta remember how to play this game. So I got my club. I got my knife. Eclipse is in her. Oh shit! All right, we should start muting.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I think my fan is close to my mic.
Oh no.
There we go.
So here we are. We're back in it.
Oh, they added walkie-talkies.
They did. Can we already make those? I wonder.
Hello.
Yes, I gave it to you immediately.
Oh, you did?
I'm getting some frame droppage. Give me just a second.
I was seeing that for a second too. I think it got a little better, but
Oh, right.
Oh, I'm not sure.
We fought Exors, right?
Let me check the entities. I'm pretty sure we did, or we at least saw one. No, yeah, we fought these
Yeah.
guys.
We can do a thing where we add, like, a teleporter to our, item transporter to our crafting bench, which just draws from storage.
Ooh.
I'm gonna see if we have any other hearts. Otherwise, I'm gonna go into the portal and quickly do that.
Raw exorts and energy breaks. Ooh. Oh yeah, I didn't really look at much of these. Yeah, some of the stuff we cannot do. Ooh, we could make a nice little heater for this thing.
Where's our fridge? Oh, it's in here, right?
It's in the kitchen. Yeah, it's in here. Yeah. What the fuck? There's ghouls.
Leave one sword heart. Okay.
I gotta hit this little freak. Blocked him.
Nice.
I want to cut him up. Oh yeah, okay. I'm remembering now. I think last time I was getting close to being able to make soup. I'm almost at soup level. Which I'm very excited about.
Weird.
Oh, there's the walkie-talkie.
Less than that.
In the item stand. How about technical scrap? A desk phone. Oh yeah. So do we have enough already to make a few walkie-talkies?
Let's see. What the hell was that? Oh,
Probably
that's
normal.
Yeah, ambient sound.
Now, do we want salt in the fridge? I was putting that with the chemicals.
Salt is mostly used in cooking.
Is it? Okay. Salt can go back. Anyway, chat, let me know how everything's looking and sounding. If it's all good.
Okay, I got walkie-talkies for us.
Fuck yeah. I'm gonna start cooking.
Let me...
I'll start throwing it down. Walkie for me?
Yes, here, I'm gonna drop the walkie-talkies.
Walkie for me?
There you
Yo, I got a walkie.
Man, my frame rate sucks right now for some reason. I don't know why.
Weird. That's for you.
So we just hold these and they work.
Apparently, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, we don't even have to hit a button. We just hold it in our hand and we talk.
Wah.
If I'm not holding it in my hand, you just hear my voice, right?
Yeah, that's very useful.
Perfect. All right. Well, I'm gonna make some food, and I think our first
Anyone else getting a bit hungry?
our big plan right now is just to explore and come up with a plan for killing robots. Which I've been brainstorming some robot killing ideas.
I guess I'll ask, do you want to know the way that I did it, in my solo?
No, because if you've already figured it out, like solo,
Yeah.
I wanna try some stuff.
Figure it out. Do we have antivirus suite? Is
Last
that...
time we just chop him with arrows.
Yeah, you just killed him.
This is still raw. Keep cooking.
I need to remember that I'm not playing my single player game.
Yeah, everyone but me has like
Antivirus
touched
suite
this
anywhere?
a bunch. Sorry, what?
What was that?
Do we have wheat anywhere?
Oh, I'm growing some.
Oh, okay, cool.
And I think there's still some in the fridge.
Alrighty, let me take a look.
How do you pick up a chair that fell over?
Okay, I don't think so.
The chair fell over. What do I do?
You have to package it.
No! What if I break it?
I don't know.
This is scary. Okay, I'll do it.
No, it's fine. Oh yeah, that one.
Thank God.
That one might break. Now it won't break. Oh, hello, creature.
Any colder and I'll be homeostatic.
And
Hey, check this out.
static. What? Oh shit, super tomato
Big bubble.
Elliot.
You got super tomato?
Yum.
Whoa! Yo! Is that giving you like powers?
No, it just filled my food a little bit.
Nice. I'm cooking up meat, and I'm irradiated now. I think I can make soup now.
Oh hell yeah, we're souping.
Oh yeah, baby. Get me a soup. Someone bring me a soup pot stat.
Hang on, I'll bring one.
Soup pot.
One to get a save that.
Bring me a soup pot to the kitchen. Pronto.
There's water. Oh, here's water. Oh, well, okay, here you go. I'll drop the soup pot. The, power's down, but we can do it tomorrow. I'm gonna get to bed.
I will also do this.
Do we have, like, a water storage situation? Oh, yeah, we do. Cool.
Cool. I'll put some food in the fridge.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, let's try to keep the like cool, like more useful organs in the lower right of the fridge.
Okay.
So that way they don't get mixed up with like the food ones.
I think what I'm gonna do tomorrow is I'm gonna go back into the portal, and I'm gonna get another Exor heart so that we can get a like teleporter thing on our crafting bench, so we can so we don't have to like go into our storage for stuff.
Fuck yeah. Let's get
This
some.
is me, right?
Oh, tomorrow though, I do want to kind of go over what I'm thinking for the plan.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Why am I not warm? Oh, because of the power. My pleasant
you gotta
bed.
sit pretty close to the heater to.
Yippee! What
So you
a
have a
beautiful
battery.
day.
Here at the Gate Cascade Research Facility, safety and security
Hello.
demand we take our primary power network offline at
Move.
night. All major
I
want
power
Knives
outlets
mine.
are shut down, as well as most pathway lighting.
I
However,
hate being hit.
if your research or study requires a source of
I
energy
didn't
during
open
nocturnal
SoundPad
hours,
because I don't want
protocols
to.
permit
I want a
the use
thick,
of
juicy
electronic
steak.
and
Rely on it.
storage
I opened it.
systems to power your projects when the lights
Whatever
go out.
you do,
If
don't
you do
get in
plan on
my
working
way.
late, please request a night pass from your
Maybe if I open
supervisor.
SoundPad, my
The
fucking
facility
frame rate
is
will be
dark.
fixed. 'Cause
Maybe.
That's the only
Your
difference between this
safety
time and last
depends
time.
on it. Now rest
Okay.
up. Every day is a new
If it's a new day, wait, no.
No.
It's
We
not a
get
new day.
power
I don't
from
know why
the
y'all got up.
battery.
I forgot that the alarm noise wasn't literally us like waking up in the morning. That was like you're just done sleeping technically.
Yeah,
so.
just means you're
Yeah.
done sleeping.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's sleep then.
Yeah, sure. I'm sleeping.
I'm also sleeping. All right.
There we go.
So here's what I'm thinking. If y'all want to follow me out here.
Yeah, it's jump and then crouch.
Yeah. JD,
Uh-huh.
we're going over robot plans.
Okay. I'm still trying to troubleshoot my FPS.
Oh, is it still? Okay, well, basically what I'm thinking is
Alright.
we've got all these robots out here, and you've got all these nice intersections, or like this especially.
Yeah.
What if we put like at least 2, maybe even more tripwire mines up, and we just like lured these dumbasses up the ramps?
That's fun.
And
I like that.
I'll do that.
now, do we have other kind of weaponry we could use? Because we've got the like
We've got lots of kinds of traps.
Yeah.
You got what?
There's lots of traps that we could use.
Oh, are there other traps? I didn't really notice. I know, like, on our end, we don't really have much besides, like, the crossbows and stuff, but...
We have tripwire mines, shock traps, and choppinators.
That's true, the Choppinators! Oh yeah, we could just make a ton of traps and just lure them over.
And I was
Yeah,
pretty... I
sure.
could kite them around with my crossbow pretty easily last time.
Mm-hmm. But I think that's not the best damage dealer, you know? I think these traps are probably gonna
Yeah, it
hit
did
hard.
take a while.
So, but
Yeah,
I'm thinking
traps
this
do
spot
that
here,
damage.
this would be so perfect for trip mines. You just lure it up. One of us, we can just like leap up onto the sides or something. You know,
Do we have trip mines? Oh yeah, we do.
we've got recipes for mines.
make
We
some.
could We could put choppers
Yeah,
out here
mines.
and shock mines.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea.
We should also probably put some in front of our base just to be safe, but
Yeah.
that's what I'm thinking. I guess just traps will be the plan. I forgot we had more than just the mines. Well, fuck yeah. Well, I don't know. I kind of want to just explore a little bit right now. I feel like there's
Yeah,
still
I'm
some
gonna
areas I
hunt
haven't
for
been to.
resources.
So I'm gonna. I don't know if anyone else wants to come with me. I'm going back up to that office, and I want to see what's in like the ceiling area, because we found that little office zone that was really cool. And actually, hell, there's like a ton of areas we haven't been to.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to just loot these offices, take these water coolers and shit. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, can we scrap? Here, I'll package
We'll grab that.
these.
Okay, I'll keep looking around in all these.
Test tubes, native seeds. Need to find like a standing lamp if there's one around. Oh, hello. Hello, little guy. Nice.
You got a beast?
I don't have bandages. Shit. Why did I have bandages? Oh no. I made an error. Hey, do you have bandages?
No.
Oh no.
Sorry. Yeah, you gotta run home.
I'll find something. Shit. Oh no.
You got beasts? I'll get them.
Yeah. Okay, I literally just need one. That's okay, that's fine. Oh, one of these. Yep, there we go, and...
Here, I'll kill this fucker.
bandage.
Come here!
Oh boy.
I may soon need the facilities.
Okay, that
Then
was really
shit.
bad.
My body's not in the best shape either.
Yeah, that was, I had a... Woof.
Alright, I'm just gonna completely loot this little
I don't need this couch.
lab here.
I'm carrying a lot of stuff.
There we go. I think I've seen it all. Oh, there's water here.
Damn it.
I'll have
Clap
some.
Clearance. What the hell?
Eclipse, did you grab that water cooler?
Yeah, I got it.
Fuck yeah. We are getting so many chemicals. Is this not real?
I didn't even make a water bottle in my other playthrough. Like, there's so many items I just didn't ever make.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, didn't you need a desk lamp?
I need a standing lamp, like a table, like a floor one.
Oh, okay. I'm still gonna take this. These can be useful. Give me what you got. Kill them all. Whoa, free rump. Hello, Pokey. Is that slime? It is kind of Slime Rancher, isn't it?
Alright,
Well-
I'm back because I got my ass handed to me. So I'll be back.
I'm still hanging out and cool. I'm just kind of looting these offices. Whoa, there's a fucking beam shooting out of a pipe up here.
Oh yeah, the laser? Yeah, look at what the pipe says.
Caution lasers.
Yeah.
It's really
Pretty
good.
awesome.
We should harness this.
This is not the right way, is it? No. Fuck.
Alright, back to looting. I said it before, this feels like a weird stream to me, because, like, we had this planned all week, and now that I'm sitting here, I'm just like, I'm just hanging out with my friends, I'm not even live, and I keep looking over being like, oh no, right, I'm totally 100% live right now.
Streaming, yeah.
Oh shit, we can just always hear each other when we have these equipped?
Sorry for the out of context chatter, JD. I forgot I had my walkie-talkie on.
No problem. I'm still trying to remedy my frame rate stuff.
I heard you respond to me, and like I wasn't holding my walkie-talkie, but I guess you were just close enough to hear me.
Yeah, I was.
Okay, good. So we can choose to like not talk into these.
Yeah.
Hey JD, I'm gonna ping real quick if you want to come over here, and with your vacuum. If you want to come over here with your vacuum, there's a lot of stuff. And I got full.
Okay.
Do you need another ping?
Nope. I don't think so. Oh yeah, I
Dr.
see.
Mann's
Okay.
reporting. IS-178.
Clean it up.
The Peccary, as it was so ineptly dubbed by one of my puerile co-workers, is more intelligent than it first seemed. In fact, it grows smarter and more capable over the course of its life cycle, before morphing into the later life cycle phase. Dr. Manbanco even managed to teach it a few simple tricks, with only minor burns, I believe.
Let's go. I just want to level up my, like, cutting thing one more time.
I have a spear now.
Clean myself off in the damn fountain. Perfect. Beautiful. Run with this knife out. Run with this knife out. This is the safest way to run.
Alright, need bio scrap. Where actually is our bio scrap? Oh, here we go. Just gonna quickly check myself so that I'm not dying anymore. What? Okay, I put the rest of that away.
Electronics.
Alright, time to go to the dangerous bathroom.
Chemicals. Weapons and tools. Where's the hose go? Is that miscellaneous objects?
Did you find a hose? I was literally just talking about looking for some.
What were you looking for?
Hoses.
Oh yeah, we got hose.
I'm pooping.
Alright, what do I need? I need water and food.
Ew, so I'm pooping.
Now I need food and bathroom. I need to heal my busted body.
Alright, I'm gonna go try and get that, that heart. So I'll be 1 second. Shouldn't take me too long.
Finished up on the potty. Over.
Good job.
Good job, Professor. You shitted.
Should we make a separate thing for, like, full... fuck it, I'll put the lamp in electronics. That's electronics. Alright, I'm gonna try to make some soup. Is it okay if I use this tomato?
Which tomato?
The regular tomato that's in there, and a half rotted.
Oh, that's probably fine. Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna do a soup experiment now. This is Soup Experiments Lane. Here we go. The water's bubbling. I'm gonna add a tomato. We need a pot full of clean water. oh, oh, oh.
Well, that was stupid. I was blocking an attack from one of the peccaries, and I got sent into that pit. In like the manufacturing.
All right, we got soup coming. We got soup coming. Hey, you know what would be good since we're killing way more monsters? What if we could get a hang on.
We still need to find a way to clean water soon.
Yeah, we're finding tanks. It's fine. Hey, can we get another like stove setup made so I can really go ham on this cooking? Because I'm making soup right now. Y'all should come see this soup.
Soup's good. I'm a big fan of soup. I'm a soup head.
Y'all might want to make some soup cups as well while you're out there.
Hell yeah, I'll help with cooking once I gotta.
Look at this. Look at this soup. Okay, I see you. You excited for soup. Chat. Who's excited for uncooked unknown soup? I love little icons
This
just
is a
floating
UI
around.
I wasn't expecting to see.
Oh yeah, 100%. I had no idea it would have a
Did you
little
put my
thing.
sausages in the soup?
Of course I did. It's gonna be
I didn't get to
delicious.
eat my sausages.
You make more. Listen, let me make it up to you. Go put that in the charger for me.
I'm going to bomb this place
Now, charge it now. Go! Charge it! Ah! Ah! Dude, you tried to suck me up.
I'm glad you added up to the end of that sentence.
I have uncooked homie pasta!
Yo?
Add the flashlight! Why I could add a fucking flashlight! Y'all, this game would let me add a flashlight to the soup. Oh my god, Eclipse? Are you okay? I heard Eclipse just go, yo?
I think Eclipse died.
Yeah, well, Eclipse needs help. I'm gonna go.
Well, I think Eclipse died.
Listen. I got a pot of bad soup. It's enough for 4 people. I'm gonna bring Eclipse some of this bad soup, okay? You make a soup bowl, and you have some of this bad soup. I'm gonna save Eclipse. I'm coming! Don't you give up. Don't you give up. We gotta get this bad soup to Eclipse now. This is so important. Nothing's mattered more than this.
I made a poor choice.
I've got bad soup. I've got bad soup. You just hang on. Just hang on.
I could really use some bad clearance right now.
Fuck. I don't remember how to get up to you.
It's okay. Everything will be alright.
Eclipse is doing weird old witch voice again. I don't know what's happening.
Okay, I died.
You died? Oh, okay. I'm not bringing you soup
It's
anymore.
fine.
Go get your items. There's bad soup back at the house. Have some.
I see it. It looks so yummy.
It's really good. I could have put a flashlight in there. The game will let me do that.
We don't have money to make soup bowls. So I'm gonna go get some from the offices.
Wait, we don't have metal? I feel like we have.
Oh, I'm already up here. I could vacuum the shit out of some rooms while I'm here. Although I'm also carrying a lot of radioactive meat I'd like to get cooking on. So I'm gonna head back. I'm right over here.
Yeah, I got killed by an Exor. It's fine.
We should probably fight those together. They're very big and strong.
This is true. I was hoping that I'd be able to get one done. I forgot that I don't really have armor, which made it a little challenging. Okay. I'm getting my stuff back.
Oh, soup hydrates you, of course. Damn
Okay,
it.
it's this door, I think? Level 3 access? Yes.
Everybody get soup?
Wait, where did the game drop my stuff? Oh god. That is not remotely where I died.
Pick up that soup off the
Was that in
floor.
the Antiverse? Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Right, because that's where I... Alright. Yeah.
We're cooking now. We're cooking now. I'm probably just gonna cook a bunch right now and then, you know, get gathering again. Has everyone tried some of my bad soup already?
I have not. I need to make a soup.
Pick up some of my bad soup in a cup off the fucking floor.
I'm getting stuff to make cups.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, do we really not have metal? I could have sworn we had like a bunch when I last checked.
I mean, if we don't, we could break some stuff down, I'm sure. We've got a million
Unless it
extra
was in-
screwdrivers.
like,
I should make
they-
screwdriver soup! I'm gonna make screwdriver soup with the extra screwdrivers.
Yeah. I feel like that's not gonna be particularly healthy.
It's got iron, plastic.
Yeah, iron. True.
Plastic.
Okay.
It's good.
I'm coming back.
I've lost my ability to crouch, so I can't get in.
What happened to you? Where's the chair? What happened to my chair?
Hello.
Hello, I can't get in.
Here, I'll pack it up. There you
Yeah, we could do that. I was hoping I wouldn't have to, but... Like, I'm mashing the crouch button.
Here we go. Cooking up. Cooking it up. I wonder if I should put cooked food in the soup. I don't really know what the strategy is, but...
I would recommend not putting cooked food.
Oh, it's not good to put cooked food in soup?
Yeah. From experience.
Fill it up again. My cooking's going crazy.
Oh, metal wound up in electric.
Mother knows best! I'm so close to that, holy shit.
Okay, metal's in basic materials now.
I put an extra soup bowl in the tools bucket.
Okay, thanks. I will grab one.
I wonder if my, like, stuff will cook faster if my skill goes up. Let's just look at what the perks are. Prep Chef. All cooking-related recipes take half time to craft. Okay. Hearty and oven recipes gain extra health every time your health regenerates. You also learn recipes for the oven and raw dough. Ooh, interesting. Cool. You like it?
That might have made it... Hold on. Did that make it false?
That's soup bad.
Oh no, okay, that's actually okay.
Uh-oh. Hey, time to lock up in our rooms.
Okay, we got some bad air.
Has it
This'll be
been
enough soup for one more.
some amount of time already?
Yeah.
Boy, does it fly.
I got a bunch of meat, which helps with the...
I throw it down on the grill. At the cost of becoming severely irradiated. I'm really digging this game. I don't, is this? Are y'all having fun like watching this game? I'm still not 100% sure how fun this is to watch, especially when I'm just sitting here cooking. But I like playing it.
I have a thought for
I
place to
love
put the
this game.
soup.
Well, I know y'all are loving it. Y'all are playing it.
Yeah. I have an idea for... Oh. Yeah. I have an idea for a place to put the soup, if you want to see.
Oh yeah. Oh, like back in our bedroom. That'd be a good idea.
Yeah, well no, there's a specific, spot if you want to...
Yeah, I'll come on. I'm just waiting for this stuff to cook anyway.
I feel like these shelves would be really good.
Oh, that would be good.
Yeah, because I've been in a room
We're about to have a fridge full of nicely cooked food.
Hell yeah.
And after this, I'll probably focus on more good soups.
I had a thought.
Yeah?
We have a freezer right here.
Oh.
Wait! I forgot we had, but it's broken and open, right?
I don't know, because it's still cold inside.
Yeah, I'm curious how that affects,
Interesting, interesting. Should we put soup in the freezer?
Eclipse, your player character just sounded like actually like you.
It's really funny.
It was a bit strange.
Alright. We got a lot of tasty stuff now. Hey, something I was considering. Do we want to tweak the difficulty options and give dying a bigger penalty? Because it almost feels like, I don't know. What do y'all think?
What are the options for that?
I think it's fine.
I'll check when I'm safely inside and not still cooking. I don't know, I'm just wondering if, like, we should, like...
Into the base.
You know what it is, specifically? The fact that if we die, we just come back to life full health, full, like, stomachs and everything, and that just seems kind of, like, what's the point of...
Well, you don't
I don't think it is. I think it's like half.
Is it?
Yeah, you come back at full health, but not full food.
I think I'd want to change the health thing. I'd want us to be, like, at least banged up a bit if we have to come back, you know?
Yeah, that's fair.
Give it like a penalty.
Yeah. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna break down some stuff.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I will do the same. And if anything doesn't break down, you can go and scrap it with the scrapping table.
I got an idea for a soup recipe.
Definitely get a lot of space for like actual stuff and not just.
I kind of wish we could get rid of Dr. Thule.
He lives here. It's fine. Leave him alone. Okay, I think we have another pot in here. Yeah, I want to fill this thing
Whenever
up.
the power goes out, we need to open this door on this save.
Oh yeah.
You just do? No, I got this full. Okay.
True. Because yeah, it does have an extra.
And it's more shit to scrap, honestly.
Yeah, plenty of it.
Whoops.
Okay, 26.
Fuck.
We got plenty of time.
I'm making one more soup. I'm making a more... I'm thinking about the recipe here.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I can't do... Well, that's just a whole thing of salt. Okay. I need more meat, though. JD, can I have a super tomato?
I'm shitting. What do you want?
Just the water.
No, you know what? Let's do a soup with 2 ingredients. I'm gonna do a soup with 2 ingredients to see how it goes.
What were you gonna ask for? The old...
I was gonna ask for a super tomato, but I'm never mind. We don't need it. Hey, we should get a...
there's one in the fridge that you can use.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna try salt and... I'm just doing salt and some piece of meat and seeing how that works. Simple soup.
Saltwater soup.
It's got meat in it! Come on. Alright, I'm closing the gates because it is, it's getting late.
Yeah, we're gonna get attacked. Oh, I need to play myself.
So I'll try to get back here.
Sick. Yeah, I'm here.
You know what, while I'm standing right here, admin... Oh, that's for, like, banning people. How do I change this? I could have sworn it'll let me change the world settings. I could force a save, that's good. Okay, yeah. I think I can't change anything until, like, if the server... I think I have to, like, close the server first, and then I can tweak the settings. I think.
Okay, I'm gonna set up a second water cooler with
Uncooked bland pea soup. Oh, it's give me recipes based on like just.
Boil it?
Yeah. I'm boiling some water.
Make. Oh, we're boiling water to make it good?
Yeah.
Makes sense. I've got more soup, by the way. What if I put the soup here in this little kitchen? There's some bad soup up on the counter for whoever wants it.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll grab a little bit more bad soup. How am I on stats?
Now I did. Hold on. I've got some stuff I can share.
Oh, hell yeah.
I figured something out. Check this out. Hold on. Where is it? What's the gold mean? Oh, like it's new. Okay. Yeah. No, that's not new. I've had that. Food and cooking. Here we go. Oh, maybe I can't share those? Where do recipes go? Soup recipes. Oh, they're just here. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, if we can get canned peas, I can do something good.
Hell yeah.
I also need antipasta.
Antipasta.
I'm just gonna keep cooking away.
This sector will be powered
Oh, that's
down
done.
momentarily.
All right, it's almost time. We should start getting into. We should start getting into our room and grabbing our medical supplies.
Have a wonderful and productive.
Where are all the bandages? What the hell?
Do we have cloth? I mean, they're 1-to-1.
I have like
Yeah.
7 bandages on me.
I'll put some more bandages together.
Also, I just got like a full bottle container.
Yeah, we should have more bandages and. Oh, you got like a new water thing, or just?
Yeah, there's a
Okay.
second one that has...
Oh, you mean a water cooler?
Yeah.
I thought you got like a bigger canteen or something.
I'll put this on the stove.
Do I? Can you give me the
They
spear
don't,
recipe?
they don't actually keep them cool, so I don't call them bottle cooler.
Judy, can you give me the spear recipe? Okay, no, I do have it. I need a standing lamp. I would like that.
Oh, this one is empty. I'll see if I can fill some of these up with the tainted bottle tomato and get on boiling those too.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Because we have tons of tainted bottles we can
I believe that the fountain is just an infinite tainted water source, so...
Yeah, I think we should start locking down here.
Yeah, hang on, I'm just gonna...
It's 8:30.
trying to get myself situated.
Last time this wasn't that big of a deal, we could probably just slip through this, honestly.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, let's
some
just.
guys.
Yeah, we'll just sleep through them.
Let me get a couple of these.
Should we? Should we go to bed now?
Yeah, might as well.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna take.
I still don't have a bed.
I think we should always be carrying like at least one bandage. I think that's
Yeah.
something we should be doing.
That's a good idea.
Always at least one bandage and always a thing of soup or food or something.
Or did I dropped a couch a little while back because I was too heavy. I'll try and get that tomorrow so that I can make you a
I was
bed.
gonna say, I thought we made a full bed, but just like hadn't put it down.
Yeah, take a look.
There goes the power. Well, if we're waiting, does anyone want Shrek 2 bonuses unlocked?
Warning. Biological incursion detected.
Yes.
Alert. Defensive
Yes.
personnel.
Fuck is this? Sorry, there's like a guide for a game I forgot exists. Space Raiders. Remember Space Raiders?
1.
Remember Rock
Reset
Raiders?
complete.
This like GameCube Space Invaders thing. All right, Shrek 2. Shrek 2 is nothing at all like the first Shrek game. And to quote a famous lady, hold on, I make sure this isn't like a racist joke from 2003.
Wait, Kara, are you sleeping?
Yeah, should I wake up?
Okay. Yes. No. Wait.
I'm reading about Shrek 2 game. Oh shit, y'all! Spoiler warning: the game story in Shrek 2 directly follows the events of the movie. If you have not seen the movie yet and are afraid to have the plot spoiled, watch it before playing.
I don't think that's even true, is it?
Hold on.
Don't the Shrek games famously not follow the plot?
Shrek 2 might follow the plot.
Bell.
Sorry, I was reading about Shrek and I'm trying to parse what the fuck they're referencing with the.
They're attacking our storage.
Were they like attacking it, like for real?
I
Yeah, they're,
believe
like,
I need to
Intentionally attacking our storage.
defecate.
Someone needs to shit.
They There's plenty of food.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, well, that wasn't so bad. I want to keep cooking, but I also want to go explore more still. How am I doing? I'm hungry.
Attention. This sector is under precautionary
I'm gonna pick up these empty lava pools and go get some lava from the pool and bring it back.
Okay. It might also be a good idea to just scoop up water in the water pots too. In fact, I want to make a storage thing for storage. What was that? Was that repairs?
Yeah, I was just beating them with hammers.
Okay. I'm gonna head upstairs to some more of the offices and just keep looting stuff. Hey, how do we raise strength? Oh wait, it says. Primary gain by traveling with a heavy inventory. Okay, easy.
Yeah, strength is. Yeah, you definitely wanna.
Shake vending machines. Let's get looting. Hey, while I'm up here, does anyone want me to bring back any filing cabinets for armor?
I'm probably good for now. I might actually see about getting some magazines for armor, because I know you have some stuff that I think me and JD don't have.
That should be stuck on my screen. Hey, chat.
All I'm on right now is like a lead fest.
Chat, lately I've been thinking with all the game magazine talk on this stream
Lead
and
vest and a karate hat.
I forgot about this guy, the stuff I've been like ordering. Would y'all want to just do a stream where we just look at old gaming magazines? Maybe even just Tips and Tricks magazine? So I think that shit's super fun. Watch him suck up that glass. Oh my god! He's a scientist and he'll never ever be any good. Who wants an invention from the Marquis de Sade? Okay, looks like JD got. Oh! I think JD missed a spot. Why can't I just jump over this? There's a lot in here. I think I need to get I need to be carrying more heavy shit. Level up my strength so I can climb those ropes. Is this whole area? This is like one of those places I've walked by 100 times but never really properly explored, but I guess it's not that big. It's just these few rooms. Ooh, wait a minute. No, we got that. This room down here? Oh! That's gonna be a complicated room, huh? There's a guy up there. Hang on. Hang on! Did not notice this. Hey, I'm climbing into the ceiling over here. I found like a guy trapped in a flooded room and I'm gonna see if I can figure it out.
Sick.
Found a Dr. Roberts.
Do we not have any spare kitchen knives?
Whatever it is they're doing in Silo 3, it used every power cell we had.
I feel like we should. I don't.
I'll take every box again.
Ever since Varenkov's team took over
I can
Silo 3,
see if they're already
you
up
couldn't
here.
get a single
Oh,
power
I've got
cell
another
out of
one,
that.
if you
Now
wanna-
look, they're precious antiverses,
Kitchen knife.
totally out of control.
Oh, maybe one of them did find this guy already. Look at that little peace stream.
Not a big deal. I just killed some stuff in the kitchen that I was gonna try to get meat from.
What the fuck? You killed something? What the fuck's wrong with you?
It's the freaking kill art. Holy shit. I'm scared now. I don't know if I feel safe in this house.
Email.
In our science house. In our house of science.
Can y'all hear me right now? I guess not. 178 containment. Hi, you need to take this one seriously. Retrieved ISO 178 from A2 and it nearly killed us. It needs full crucis containment. Anyone interacting with it will need G1 SP radiant infection at the very least. Ooh, these guys. Dr. Curtis Riggs. Connected specimens. Captain Glad reported finally made some progress with 173, the little bouncing fellow. Couldn't get near it at first. Thing wouldn't sit still, not to mention the spikes. Hey, Isaiah, how'd you manage it? I've been forced to work with dead specimens. Incidentally, autopsies suggest they're the second stage in the life cycle of a metamorphic creature, starting with 171. You wonder if it's possible that all the A2 specimens are connected? Very interesting theory. They mentioned the problem I was having to Varsha in manufacturing. She went away and rigged up a trap that holds little critters in place. No, I want that. Barbecue. Went to a barbecue on the dam in the hydro plant last night. Those blue suits, is that supposed to say blue suits, can party. They had these great sausages. One of the hydrologists made them. Said they were actually pretty easy. Don't ask what's in them. I guess this is how you get the sausage recipe. So someone's been in here. Okay, so one of y'all's been in the flooded room already, right?
Yes, I think I might have actually done that one.
There's like sausage recipes and stuff in here.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think I can take any of these items. I think I just gotta go up the Teen Titans there. Keep on trucking, buddy. Yo, free pipes though? Oh no, Eclipse! Eclipse, are you running around in the portal again? I'll come save you. Oh, fuck. I'm getting into a real fucking mess up here. Oh, man. Fuck you. I got into a bad fight here.
A lot of bottle whenever you boil it, huh?
Yeah.
What? What'd you say?
A pot of tainted lava, and it went down to like maybe a quarter of what was in it.
I'm gonna be coming back home to do more cooking because I got very beaten up on my little adventure here.
Hello.
But I want to be heavy.
I did not say that.
I want to build strength.
No, yeah,
Does this work? Oh fuck, this does work. This is just silo free. I'm just up here now. Ah, shit. Okay, wait, I've been here, then? Okay, wait, yeah, this is familiar. Fuck! Get me out of here, get me out of here, get me out of here, get me out of here! I don't want to be here. Not a bunch of people in chat tonight. Hope y'all are enjoying. Pipes. Everybody doing good? Everybody hanging in there?
the harvest is plentiful.
Fuck yeah. There we go. I'm training now. I'm training my body. Maybe being at red is bad. Maybe red is too heavy.
Okay, I didn't have my walkie on me when I died, so I have it back now. I just realized that. Alright, I had it in my inventory, not
Okay,
my
being at red is
hotbar.
bad. You don't want to be at red. I've learned a new lesson. Being at red, weight is bad. You don't gain strength experience. You gotta be above
you wanna
yellow.
be just a little bit above red. That's my experience. Like, you don't want the thing where it's like your guy is like carrying the world, but you want the thing where it's like your guy's carrying a big red bag.
I'm gonna walk until I gain 500 experience. I'm gonna get so strong, everyone will look at me and say, wow, he's strong. I want to at least be strong enough to climb the ladder. I don't know what it takes. Does anyone know how strong you have to be to climb the cloth ladders?
I don't know.
Because I'm at like strength 1 and I'm trying to get up to 2 and I'm gonna see if that does it.
There's no perk for it, so it makes me wonder if it's even possible.
It just says like you're not strong enough to climb this type of ladder. It's gotta just be a
Yeah.
strength level thing, but I don't know if it's like a low one or a, you know.
I'm not sure.
I'm just walking around carrying a bunch of stuff. I'm training my body as well as my mind.
Hell yeah.
Remember when we used to eat fucking snacks at the vending machines like Neanderthals?
Yeah. Got it.
What? Hi. What are you doing? Oh, thank you. Was charged? Thank you. How am I doing? Oh, this takes so long! This takes so long! This is not like a thing you could just sit down and grind. You gotta just do this regularly. But I'm doing it. I wonder if you can make a gym. Although we literally found a fitness center and we couldn't do anything with it, so who knows. Come on. Build me up, Buttercup. I need it. I need my power. Come on! How close are we? We need 148 more. Here we go. When I hits 148, I win. I'll sprint too. They're fighting each other. I don't need to train sprinting as much. Sprinting just goes up. We sprint all the time. I always really like this kind of system, where you have to do specific things to raise your stats. I think it's cool. I don't want to be so strong. I can do anything soon. Look at that, we're about a third. We're almost a third of the way there.
I love carrying so much stuff. I also hate being attacked by a creature.
Gotta run. You gotta run from creature. We need to make more nets again. We stopped using nets after we got all these weapons. We just have nets on us to deal with the bigger guys too.
Nets are useful, it turns out. Oh my god. Okay.
Y'all hear that guy nut just now?
Fuck.
I did hear that. I'm surprised that that is a Solvo side sound effect.
It's pretty awesome.
It's good that it is.
I'm bleeding so bad.
We might want to consider securing the kitchen by the offices at some point, by the way.
Oh, yeah, like in what way? Eclipse, I'm on the way. I'm on the way, Eclipse. Just hang on. This isn't anything. You gave up. You gave up. I could have made it to you. I was so close I could have saved you.
Yeah, I was just about to give up.
Strength level 2.
Hello.
I just leveled up my strength. I'm gonna see if it's enough to climb a damn thing now. Nope. Okay, you need more than 2 strength to climb the ladder. I know this now. Inventory's getting pretty damn full. Still getting some nice things in here. You got a trash can. What about in here? What about in the kitchen? Trash can over here.
I'm dying, by the way.
Are you okay? What do you need?
I need to not die.
Why is our barricade at a position where you could just move it? You could just walk around it.
I'm in the locker room and I'm bleeding out.
Hang on. I'm on my way. Fuck, too weak to climb.
Yep, heading over there.
Don't bleed out, don't bleed out. I'm here.
I'm bleeding out.
Don't bleed out.
I'm bleeding.
Don't bleed out.
Bleeding outwardly.
Don't bleed out, don't bleed out. You're okay, I saved you!
Thank you. Do all of the dogs have like a purple band around one of the legs?
Do they? I haven't noticed.
Because I was fighting one and trying to kill it because it looked like it had something different on it.
Interesting. Sorry.
Listen, we're very... Hey, we need to put a rope, like... It's crazy the rope isn't here where the, like, obvious little thing is.
Not, I couldn't place it there.
Oh, okay, that's weird.
But the game wouldn't let me.
I keep walking over to it, but...
Yeah.
Alright. Let's see. I'm gonna... Our weapons and tool thing's getting... We have too many screwdrivers. I'm gonna scrap some of this shit.
Yeah, that's understood. That's fair. Meat can go away.
Oh, we have another cloth rope. I'm gonna take that to put somewhere later. Alrighty. Hey, crafting went up.
I'm going to go build a ramp on that that wall by the pool entrance.
Which spot?
When you go towards the there's a place where the floor is like split in half, and you can't get up it. I'm gonna go place a ramp though, so we can get over that easier.
Okay, nice.
Nice.
This is all looking fine. Everything's pretty good, more or less. Grab some bad soup in a second. I'll put this over here.
Set up a second stove.
Let's see. Have one of these. Ooh, I'm pretty hungry, huh? One more. I'm very beat up. I need some more. Okay, you know what? Let's try to make some soup. Take a pinch of salt. One more super tomato. Maybe 2 super tomatoes and a salt will be good for soup.
Do we have more frying pan?
Alright, I'm trying to do soup. Oh, we got more room in here. Nice.
Yeah, I got a second one going. I'm just trying to train up my cooking skills. Mine is pretty low. I'm just doing basic cooking because I can't make soups yet. And I feel like it'd be useful if I was able to.
I got a new recipe.
Nice. Oh my god.
Simple tomato soup. I'm making a simple tomato soup right now.
Hell yeah.
Can I cook a... No, I cannot.
Okay, I can almost make soups. Just need to cook a couple more things up.
I'm gonna keep making soup. We're about to have some good soups going here. I like cooking in games. Cooking and fishing in games, it's fun. Can you make a grilled cheese go with the tomato soup? Oh, I hope you can.
Caro,
Yeah?
do you know if there's a way to share soup recipes? Because you seem to have a lot.
Oh, let me see. I'm not sure if I can. I could just
Yeah.
tell you the recipes, though,
This is true.
since they work differently. Yeah, I don't see a share thing, but I can, I can,
But I can
like...
look at your stream. Hang on.
I can just tell you. Here's the only recipes we have that are doable. Super tomato plus salt and can of peas plus salt.
Okay.
Anything else we need ingredients we haven't found yet, like antipasta or
Yeah, I don't think we found canned peas yet. I think I know where you get that, but
I want to find the can of peas. I want to confirm if they do in fact have bubby on them. I heard rumor.
I can do soups now.
Fuck yeah. I can sprint better now. So yeah, put a do you have a super tomato?
Hang on, I have a recipe that I can do.
What's with this cool pot? Is it a homemade pot?
Yeah. Wait, why isn't it working?
I'm gonna grab more. Let's go crazy on soups.
Why did that break? Oh, there we go. That salt? I'm trying to remember.
Alright, hold on.
Oh,
Cooking.
there's done.
Cooking pot. 2 more.
Hang on. I feel like I'm doing this one wrong.
Here we go. About to go fucking crazy here.
Oh, you need salt. Do we have salt?
I'll grab some salt. I'll grab a bunch of stuff.
Hell yeah. Put away the rest of this meat.
I got stuff.
Okay. Cool.
Here we go. Oh, I love cooking. I love cooking.
Cooking's awesome.
All right, here. I'll drop some stuff so you can make some.
Yeah. I just need salt. Just need one
Oh,
salt.
you just need salt. Okay, just one.
Yeah. Yeah, just one salt.
Well, here you go. There's some. Alright, let me make some
Salt in there.
goods. Fuck. I don't have enough on my taskbar for all the stuff I want to have.
Yeah. Do you want to make tomato? Yeah.
I'm making super tomato right here.
And do one here too?
Fuck yeah. Do you have the salt?
No, I don't.
No, we do. I was gonna try meat on some of these, but... Pest goo? Oh, you found one! You found a new recipe.
Yeah, this is one that I make a lot in my single player.
Nice, nice, nice. That's okay. So salt plus those two. I see.
Yeah. This'll keep us fed for a while, because it does water and food.
Yeah.
It's really good. I'm gonna put this tomato away.
Yeah, I'll put some of this away too.
Also, let me check if these need... No, they're good. They're good at water. Okay, awesome. Yeah, the cooking in this is really fun. I'm a big fan. I'm irradiated. Sad.
We're all a little irradiated.
Yeah, that's true.
Cooking leveled up again. I've got Mother Knows Best. Mother Knows Best.
You know what they say, a watch.
Hold on, let me look at you. Let me look at you. Okay, you're good, I think. I think is what that means.
Oh right, you can tell how fed we are.
Mama knows best. I can
really
look at you and be like, manja, manja. JD, is that you? Or is that Eclipse running around in there?
I'm scrounging.
I want to use my new power.
I'm lining up the things on the shelf in there.
Oh yeah. Right off the bat, you get... Oh wait, we need to finish off the bad soup. Did we finish the bad soup in here?
No, we didn't.
Where's my cup?
Can we move that? Is that a... No, we can't move soup. Sad. Here, I'll,
Well, let's finish
grab a
off
serving
this
of it.
this bad soup we got.
Yeah, I'll grab a serving. How am I on? Yeah, I could use a chug.
Hey, are you getting the experience when you pick up my soups that I made?
I don't think so, because I think you got a level up when I picked up one of yours.
Oh, okay. Where are we putting the soup?
I put him on the shelf and... Careful.
Son of a bitch here.
There we go. I put him...
Any colder and I'll be homeostatic.
Any
I
closer?
may
Oh,
soon need the facilities.
right here.
Right here? Oh, this is good, yeah.
Yeah, look how cute they are. Our silly little soups.
This is so good. I'm gonna have some more bad soup and take a shit.
I'll have one pest goulash, why not?
This sector will be powered down momentarily.
Power down.
JD, you doing good out there?
Consider this your top priority.
Alright, I'm on the call and I'm shitting.
I went to the office again. I just-
You're roboting out. You're roboting out.
Ba 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 ba. Hello, hello.
Hello.
I was just saying I got a lot of computer bolts from the offices, and then I'm in base currently.
Nice.
I'm about to plant potatoes.
Those magazines respawn.
Okay, I'm gonna make some nets. We really haven't been using nets like we should be.
Nets are good.
Alright, so if I just want to make some nets, I need...
I got my makeshift set going. I'm gonna try and get more magazines next time I'm up there. So we can do a lot more.
Okay, I just made like a ton of nets. I made 30 nets. Okay. There's like 30 nets in storage now. We should all be carrying a good number of them for safety.
Hell yeah. I'll take like 6.
We should probably take this chance to actually open that door.
Yes, we absolutely should. We go.
Yeah, my
this
fucking
way.
Wyatt, what are you doing?
Oh wait, the hungry guy. He's so hungry when you feed him. I love him. He's so funny.
Wait, is that pervert back?
Like an alien.
Is that son of a bitch back?
Come on, we've all got larvae to feed.
There's no way that guy is like an actual guy.
Where is he? Where is he? I hear him. Oh, are we getting the secret
He
that you
was on
talked
my
about?
potato plants.
Yeah, we're getting the thing. If you come to the back,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, you're heading the right way. Yeah, and this thing will be off. This blade kills you during the day.
Which way should I be going? Should I be going the left path or? Oh, I'm here.
I think there's only one path.
Yeah, I think you figured it out. Oh, right, it's down.
Nice. So then there's just like what? An anvil down here?
Yeah, right down here.
Oh.
We gotta be sure. Just be ready.
Wait, let me.
Oh, careful.
I brought a net. Just for this.
Oh. There we go. Nice. Good job.
Okay, I guess they do all have the purple on the well.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
It looked like it had like a cloth on it last.
We got this unlocked.
Some 9mm ammo back here, which I forgot about.
Interesting. You're smart.
There we go.
Wait, can't we trap these in like vials or something?
Yeah, test tubes.
Let's grab one. I wanna get one of these fuckers. Where's the door?
Do not need a screwdriver. A little more stuff back here.
Oh.
You go blue whenever you step into one of the ghosts.
Oh yeah? Wait, let me see you do it. Let me see you do it. I've not really seen that, no.
Notably, we also now have this area if we want to, like, build stuff.
I mean, like a vision goes.
Oh, okay. Well, hang on. I want to grab a test tube real quick.
I got some more filing cabinets.
I should probably locate a rest room.
Good place. Oh, here we go.
Ugh. I feel suboptimal.
Why did you just throw up everywhere?
Did I throw up?
You did.
I'm getting fucking radiated, that's why.
Oh no.
I need to take some iodine.
Okay.
I guess I'll put this in this light.
Let's get all of our stuff on cabinets.
Come on.
Should tech scrap be a basic material or electronics?
Hey. I don't know.
I got a couple
It doesn't scrap out
anomalies.
That makes sense.
I got a couple
job.
anomalies.
Now those have a health bar, right? So I think you need to put them in a fridge.
Oh, okay.
Do what?
The anomalies,
Our
yeah.
fridge isn't battery. I just realized that. We should.
Wait, did you catch an anomaly?
Yeah, well, and two, check it out in the fridge.
Huh.
There's one there, you could catch one too. Okay, hang on, I want to upgrade the bench. Oh. Iron transporter. Wait. Antiverse wheat. Med. I don't think a med kit yet. Okay. Judy, you said you raided the big office, right?
I was in the big office, yeah. There's still plenty in though.
I want to go up there today because I want to look around a bit and I want to like see what's up on the rafters when you take that lift up. I'm curious about that. And after I've done that, I think I'll be ready to start working on a big trap setup, unless Eclipse wants to
I'm down.
do something with that.
No, y'all should. If y'all should do anything, y'all should definitely do that because that's a fun puzzle that I feel like I've kind of already solved.
Office sector. Where's that big office? The data farm. To the right of the gym. Or across from the pool, I guess.
Alright, I'm getting
So where am I? It's not show me where I am on this map? What kind of damn map is this? Or just in the pool in the gym.
Alright, give it that now.
Biolab. If that's Biolab D.
Oh, thank you. I was just saying I need to sleep.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, right there. I also.
not seeing anything I recognize on this map. Plaza. Lift. Sci-fi bullshit. You know what I'm liking about the little ghoulies? Is that they just feel like graboids and all the different offshoots of that. It's good. Data farm, that's where I want to be.
Alright, I want to see if I can get some more magazines so that I can get JD instead of makeshift armor. Let me just see if that maybe respawns or something.
I'll also keep a lookout for magazines.
Yeah.
Shouldn't I also get filing cabinets for the big heavy armor?
That's just for the chest piece. We have a ton of filing cabinets.
I was leaving them just because my construction is not good enough to like guarantee getting them.
Well, I can try to grab one.
We have like 2, I think, in storage. Filing cabinets.
Chat, how y'all doing? I haven't been talking to y'all much tonight. Because this game was distracting. I'm kind of just hanging out with my friends when I play it. Everybody been having a good week. Oh my god! That's one of my friends. Sneak attack failed. Carve them up. Carve them up.
Nah, I don't think I can repel all of mine.
Look at these printers. I didn't mean to shine my flashlight at them. Oh!
Stop!
Oh, I gotta... Oh, fuck, I don't have a bandage on me. JD? Bandage?
Say please.
Please? Thank you. Get some more. Oh, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and grab this.
I kind of miss having my sound vault open. I have
still
some
open it.
healing sound effects.
If you see one of those tall lamps, I want it.
I can go with one in
Is this? Yeah, hey, if you missed this last time. Here's Randy.jpg. Very important. Schwack. I feel like a good place to hang a... I want a good place to hang this thing we got, this rope.
Ah,
Oh, shit, this would be a good spot. Wait a minute. I think. Free up my inventory a little bit. Alright, nice. I got another rope set up to help us get to the data farm just a little bit faster.
Nice.
Although I also forgot there's kind of stairs that lead right over here. I've been taking all kinds of stupid paths.
I'm having pretty good luck with the duct tape. Or not duct tape, magnets. I should probably have enough to make JD set.
Hey GG, you want me to get something? Oh, you're getting filing cabinets. Okay, I'm going to the top. I want to see what the hell's up here.
I've been leaving most of the filing cabinets, but I'm looting them at the very least.
I'm getting sleepy. Hey GD, do you got inventory for cloth and wood? JD?
I have exactly 2 slots open.
Okay, because there's cloth and wood up here that I can't pick up because I'm full. You know what? There's probably a lot up here. I'm gonna descend. You can take the lift back up, and I'll go drop all this off. Getting a lot of good supplies. Yeah, we got a bunch of ropes now.
It's not my fault. I work on power cells, not portals. They take them into Silo 3, and I never see them again.
I found a man.
Hey, I'm getting the feeling we might want to go to Silo 3.
Yeah, well we gotta get the hacking thing before we do that. What was I gonna say?
Look at how ridiculous this is. Our fucking water source. I had some delicious soup. Holy shit, that's really good. That's better than just regular food.
Oh yeah, you think we should really try and farm the fuck out of the robots, because from my experience playing, like a lot of the exploration winds up being based on if you have the right clearance or not.
Yeah,
so I think we're
I'm
gonna want to each have one of the thingies.
I'm noticing that too. That'll definitely be a thing. Once we finish mopping up the data farm, let's definitely get on to the big trap plan.
Yeah. How much do you need for makeshift armor? It's 3, 6, 6. So I need 15 total. I'm at 9. Okay, so I gotta get 6 more max.
I'm unstoppable. I'm so good at sleeping. I'm gonna just have a few of these on me all the time. I think that'd be good. I don't remember some of the other stealth. It's gained by sneaking around enemies. I'm really not doing much with that. I should definitely be throwing more. hang on. Damn it. Sorry, pulling all the metal out for a second. Just had to do some quick repairs. Oh my god, we've already been going for almost like 2 hours. This game fucking, it flies by.
Yeah, you can really lose time with this game. It's pretty fucked up.
It's Warsha. Yeah, I put this rope just next to some stairs. I'm silly. And we can't climb it. Oh, I've got plenty of time. It's the afternoon. Alright, I'm really exploring the rafters. I think this is kind of going to be the last thing. We should probably look into getting some slushies from the kitchen in the data farm to make bombs.
You can make rope and bombs in this game. Think about that.
Lamp oil?
You can make lamps. I don't think they use oil, sadly.
Damn. I wish we had to manage the oil of our lamps and lanterns just for a joke.
I do too. Wait. You just keep throwing at it. Hey, you can just throw stuff and hit nothing and your stat goes up.
Is someone currently carrying the soup bucket?
Not me.
What do you mean soup bucket?
The soup pot.
What, are you talking about the bowl or the thing that you used to cook it?
The thing you used to cook it.
Those are all like being used right. They're holding soup right now. I'm fairly certain.
Well, not in the fridge.
Right, but they're in. If you go to the
This would be a crazy
I guess
spot
like the
to set up.
security room. It's like right by our bedroom.
think
There's a
pretty
shelf
secure,
that's
though.
just like covered in soups. And then once those run out, you get the pot back.
Hey, the top of up above the rafters in here, there's like a power source. We could set up, not that I think we should, but we could set up a base or an outpost above the data center, like up above the
That's really
vents.
funny. You got a hard hat. I'm just looking at your stream.
Oh yeah, just got a hard hat. Can we put a light on that?
I don't think so. That'd be cool though. Alright, come back. And
Flashlight, taking that.
Okay, so I was going to make tomato soup. Half of these are already tomato soup, so we will.
Oh yeah,
obviously-
we figured out tomato soup big time. Are you
very soupy. It's very
are you leveled up enough for soup?
To make soup?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I started with that ability because I put bonus into cooking.
What an idiot. Can't get me. Cheers! Oh, fuck! They just break out. Yeah, probably more worth it to hit them. Alright, let's get looting. I've gone all through that upper area, and I'm in some sort of weird, scary, industrial backrooms section of the facility. I'll keep looking around here.
I don't feel so well.
Well, took care of more of my radiation. I'm getting very irradiated, but it's okay. Oh! Hey, the hard hat makes you gain construction experience faster.
Oh.
So if anyone's ever going to be doing a lot of like building or anything, put the hard hat on. I'm going to be bringing it back.
Ah, stop!
Okay, how ready did I get? I'm getting at
Would
me.
anyone mind if I used all of the test tubes?
No.
For what?
To make healing stuff.
Go ahead.
Okay, JD, I have arm and leg rest for you.
I was wondering why you were looking at me. Thank you.
Thank you for the follow. Okay, I think this is...
Fridge needs a battery.
Hey, I need to make sure I've got a few places I can drop down here, and I want to make sure I'm in the area that you have to do that weird platforming thing to get to. Like, the weird vent path I took me there, that platforming secret above the pool. Anything in particular that, like, people haven't dropped down to that I could, like, maybe unlock or something here?
I don't think so. I think we just had
I've injured my leg. I've hurt my leg.
Scary.
No. I should probably take a break soon. Yeah, this dog's looking like she wants to go outside. I'm gonna get back to the... Oh shit! This shield works wonders. Hell yeah. Did I get anything from that? Oh! Sharp? I can throw sharp melee weapons. That's pretty good. To not end up... Oh, I guess the bioscrap is like if you fuck up, that's what you get. Okay, I'm coming back to base, and I think we'll probably want to take our first break when I get there.
Alrighty, I'm currently putting everything on battery power.
I must say, I am feeling a bit under the weather.
I'm so sick and
I'm dealing
yucky.
with the Twitch thing at the moment. I'm gonna stand in the bedroom for a minute.
Oh, this is where GD put that ramp. I see. Okay. Alright, I'm back.
Hello.
Done my exploring.
So tonight we should be able to use all this stuff, at least for a little while. All of our equipment should be functional. I need metal.
Squish. Look at all this. It's all looking good. Let's get a good bathroom in. Perfect. How am I looking? I could use some water. I'm gonna rest my tired bones.
You gotta rest your tired bones, or else they become even more tired bones. They become decrepit bones.
That's right. You're so right. Ooh. Pest goulash.
Let me see, how am I looking? I might just grab a little bit of, grab some tomato soup. Oh, if you took the last thing of goulash, it should have given you the pot.
Yeah, I put the pot back on the thing. On the stove. Oh, wow, we've got a ton of filing cabinets. Holy shit.
Yeah, I was like, they were filling up the storage too much, so I just put them all in a row.
Makes sense.
So if we ever need them, they're physically here.
I'm gonna do some repairs here, real quick. I guess that's all I needed. I'll break the screwdriver down. That's just an extra screwdriver.
I love JD's water cooler monster here. It's really good.
So much. There's so like before I was putting them back here when they empty, but now that we're like refilling them, I guess they're just all here. Oh, the little portal. That's cool. I didn't realize it like shows up.
The which portal?
The little portal on the crafting table.
Oh yeah, I guess there is a visual element to it. That's cool. What else could we do? We don't have a med kit yet.
I'm gonna do
we can put a warmer on it. Yeah, I'll put some heat on the bench. Why not? Wait, I just made this. What? There we go. Okay, there we go.
Alright, I just put the bench warmer on it. Or wait, you did.
Oh wait, did we?
I was literally just about, well now we got a spare heater we can put somewhere.
Okay, hang on, let me...
Where should I put this?
Here.
Can we put it back in, you know, back in here?
Oh yeah, put it here. Put it like near the, well actually, no, because that already has heat.
Yeah, we should put it in here where we're hanging out.
Yeah, I can get a plug strip going, hang on.
How about like here? Because y'all got this one, why not one for me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll put it like
Apparently
here.
my alert's still broken and I don't know why. Sorry. I was trying to like fuck with it.
I'm sorry.
I think Twitch changed something. Because even my activity feed is like different now and I don't know what any of the differences mean.
Weird.
Fuck yeah.
It's not particularly pretty, but
It'll work.
This feels like a file hassle.
yeah.
Now some's not connected. Oh, this needs to be.
Oh yeah, hang on.
I got it.
Power needs to.
There we go.
Is it better to plug the battery into the power strip or multiple batteries coming out of the power strip?
Multiple batteries would probably be better, but like, I feel like we want to save our tap resources for we're gonna be using a lot of them soon, I think.
I guess, yeah. Oh yeah, if we're gonna be making all the traps and stuff. Yeah.
Alright, well this is looking good. Does anyone have anything they want to do real quick, or should we go ahead and take our first break?
Oh, we...
Eclipse, your voice is like... Your mic is going crazy. JD, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, do you hear Eclipse just like making noises?
Yeah, there's something wrong with Eclipse.
This is so weird. This has to be the game, the codec or something messed up. Wait, here, I can reset VoIP system. There we go.
Hello, am I normal?
Now you sound normal, yeah.
Hello.
There's just a reset
Hi.
VoIP button. That was so weird. I've never seen something like that
For
in a game.
context, you were going, yeah.
That's so weird.
It's very weird. Yeah, is everybody ready to take a break?
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Let me,
This will give me a chance to keep figuring out what's
I'm gonna
wrong
force a
with my
world
Twitch.
save. There we go. And I'm gonna,
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave the
Sorry.
game so we can try tweaking options when we come back in. This game is great.
Fun game.
Wawa.
I hope people are enjoying watching because I'm having fun playing it, and I'm like almost completely ignoring my chat.
Smiles.
But it's not super busy tonight anyway, so it's fine. These streams are all glad. Yeah, we'll keep doing them then. Part of me wants just to part of me like hopes people go, I don't really care for them, so we go, great, let's just play this off stream as much as we want and talk about anything. But if y'all like watch them, we'll keep doing them.
Yeah.
I'd love to play off stream, but the story structure of this game makes me like, and how much work I've already put into this one thing makes me not really want to do anything but my file here.
I'll be honest, I regret playing it off stream because you'll see why.
Yeah, I'm guessing we're gonna see some cool shit, and you're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I've seen this."
Yeah,
Oh.
unfortunately.
Because like that's one of the things that's interesting about this game is that it's got like a story you follow through. It's not super linear because clearly we've spent a ton of time here and like running around all these different areas, and there's like different ways we could kind of do it, but we gotta hit the same goals of like get the power cell to move to the next section, and
Yeah, I do feel like there's probably some stuff in this that I've not seen that I'm excited to see.
Almost certainly. I mean, did you get to the end of the current version?
No.
Okay, yeah. Well, then we should be good.
Yeah, and there are areas that I have not touched, and I don't know how to get to in my save. So like, I think there's gonna be plenty that that'll be surprising. And also, I'll get to see how y'all react to some of this stuff.
Yeah. So once we hop back in, I'm gonna see about like tweaking the settings so that when we die, it's a little bit more punishing. Like maybe we don't come back fully healed.
Yeah, if there's a skill option over where you don't check that, because I find that sort of mechanic really annoying, like losing skills when you die.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. I'm not thinking anything like that. I'm just thinking like it reminds me. It's like the reason I stopped playing. I forget what it's called. It's either Disaster Report or the other one of those two PS2 like survival games where I kind of noticed like you gotta watch your health and get water and stay hydrated, but then if you die you just respawn at the checkpoint with full water, and it's like, well, that kind of ruins the whole thing for me. But maybe I should have played that on hard and it would have been different. I need to look into that. But the point is, I don't like them. It's like you need to survive and gather your resources, but if you die, your health and stuff just fill back up, so dying is cheaper. It always seems weird. I don't want to like lose all the shit we spent hours making, but it should be like, oh fuck, I died, I'm all beaten up,
Yeah.
I like that. Like some penalty where you're like, oh, I don't want to die, it's gonna suck. But we're really fucking trucking along with this game. Hang on, let me get my playlist going. These YouTube playlists will get the last song and then suddenly it's like skipping into random videos. Give me some. Here. This one.
Okay, so it seems like the options for death that you can pick are you can have higher durability loss on respawn, so it
like your body?
All items in your inventory lose durability. And then you can also have it be like, you don't have all your items when you die.
I don't know about durability loss, honestly.
There's currently a 10% loss by default.
I think I like keeping your bar and what you have equipped. I think that's good. I don't know. Well, I'll look at that some more in a second. I don't think there's anything else you need to like go over before we just go on break. I can't tell if I'm like forgetting something. Oh, I know. Let me pull up the Shrek guide real quick.
Oh yeah, of course.
This is Onimusha 3. I don't. Fucking Tips and Tricks is the coolest goddamn gaming magazine. There's 6 strategy guides in this thing. Now they're not. That's not gonna cover every single fucking item and everything, but you can play through a whole game with one of these. That's so cool. And they got the code books. They got maps with mini-con locations for the PS2 Transformers. That's so cool. Where the fuck is Shrek?
I'm gonna try and do a run of Path of Akra while we're on break, I think. Probably.
What the fuck? Sorry. I had a moment here looking at the, like, upcoming games section, and it was like, here it is, another game that's, like, so completely alien to me, even in the title, that I know, this didn't come out, And I look, and it says available now, and I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck is McFarlane's Evil Prophecy? Konami made a Todd McFarlane monster beat-em-up. What the fuck is this? This isn't real? This didn't happen? Am I going insane? Yo, Pikmin 2 update. This is so fucking funny. The big, like, featured upcoming pick is The Getaway Black Monday, a game no one has heard of or care about. And not, like, look at what else was coming out at the same time that they had this select game preview section. Paper Mario 2, Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, Spider-Man 2, Shin Megami Tensei 3, Pikmin 2, Jade Empire. I think this is one of the reasons why looking at the old game magazines is more fun, is that you get the, like, upcoming games, and it's the craziest lineup of shit you've ever seen in your life. Like, it's like, oh, here's a game magazine for 2003. What was about to come out? Everything! Every game everyone's ever enjoyed was about to come out. Okay, let me find the Shrek thing. So I'm legitimately like, what the fuck is this that they're talking about to start? This is a game, this is from like, what is this, from 2003? July 2004. I'm gonna read the start of this section, and this is such a 2004 thing. I'm hoping that we all together can decipher this as a group. And find out what the fuck this means. What? Okay, this is the first line of the, like, sort of preamble for their Shrek 2 guide. Written by Charlotte Chen. These are Charlotte Chen's words, not mine. Who the fuck is this talking about? Shrek 2 is nothing at all like the first Shrek game, and to quote a famous lady who might soon have the stylingest cell on the C block, that's a good thing. What the fuck does that mean? Who are they talking about? What, like, extremely you would... I don't think I would even know what the fuck they were talking about. I was like, you know... 2003, or 2004, I was like 11. Oh my god, the shitting on the first Shrek game. Getting hit in the face with a hammer is arguably more enjoyable than playing the first Shrek. Now that a new publisher is in charge of the franchise, the Ugly Green Ogre is starring in a game that does the movies justice. Better humor, more intelligent design, and gameplay that is actually fun. Do people like the Shrek 2 game? Is that, like, known to be one of those movie games people actually kind of liked? Because I'm wondering why they gave time to a movie tie-in game guide. Because I'm pretty sure they weren't always doing that. Sorry. I saw the Meat King, the big fat guy from the second mission of Hitman contracts. Man, I love this shit. I love looking. I want to get like a bunch of Tips and Tricks magazines. I used to have a few, but you know, didn't keep them. Sorry if I'm talking about Tips and Tricks magazine too much, but get used to it. This is the best song in Mega Man X. The first name that came to me was Martha Stewart, but I don't think she would be considered styling. No, but I think you might be right, actually, Soundjack. I think that might be it. Because she's not stylish in the sense that she's, like, cool and hip, but she's stylish in the, like, make your home nice sense, you know? They might mean it in that sense. Yeah, I think it might be Martha Stewart. I don't know when her whole tax thing or whatever that was happened, but that feels like that might be a Martha Stewart reference. Being like, oh, her cell's gonna be so nice and stylish, you know? Like, my brain hears something like that, and I go to, like, Britney Spears, but she was never, like, going to jail. People are just being street. Whoa! 2-page ad for Front Mission 4. And it looks sick. Yeah, I honestly, like, as much as I'd love to do, like, a point my webcam at a book type stream, I feel like I should probably just go on one of those sites that just has a bunch of these archived and just look through them. I think that'd be a lot of fun for a stream. Because this was my gaming magazine as a kid. I always wanted to get into Nintendo Power, but I didn't. JD Stream, if you're hearing this, sorry. And also, I can't see what y'all are saying. Maybe I should pull that up just in case, because I don't know. But, like, I had a friend who had Nintendo Power. I never, like, had subscriptions to anything. I just, you know... oh, yeah, JD's chat also talking about Tips and Tricks magazine. Fuck yeah. Y'all know what's up. This was my shit, because, like, it had codes and guides in it, and I liked that. But I think I did also like looking at the previews sometimes. It's hard to remember, considering how young I was, but it was, you know... I definitely discovered some... There's a number of games I only played because of this magazine. River City Ransom EX we mentioned earlier. I probably got into Metal Gear because of this magazine. It's a very silly reason, but I read their preview of Metal Gear Solid 3 and them talking about, like, the steam effects and, like, leaving puddles when you, like, leaving footprints when you step in blood or water, and I was like, whoa, what? A game can do that? Like, that was unheard of for me, and so I, like, rented it, and obviously it was one of the best experiences I've ever had. So I think I still got a bunch of issues of PC Gamer back at my parents' place on the East Coast? Fuck yeah. Yeah, I only have one of my childhood Tips and Tricks magazines, because, you know, this fucking magazines just threw them out as a kid. So I've kind of been looking into, like, trying to find the ones I know for a fact I had at any point, and picking them up. So now I've got December 2005, which is the one I've had since 2005, which is crazy to think about. This one's July 2004. No, I had it because it has the River City Ransom stuff. And then I have the 100th issue, which is really cool. And that one is from June 2003. Man. Each of these is a year apart. That's kind of crazy. It's so wild thinking that these are 20 years old. That's something I've thought about recently. Hold on, let me read what Audio More said. Back in the 90s, my brother and I would often pull our allowance to get the more expensive version of the magazine, which came with a CD full of demos and shareware. Oh, yeah, that stuff was cool. I don't think I ever got into that much because because Tips and Tricks didn't really do that, so I didn't really get into those much. But I think I knew someone who had a few of those. Nintendo Power I mentioned I always wanted, but I never got a subscription to Tips and Tricks either. It would just be like we just get them in the store. It's one of those things where I was so young, I honestly don't know if I asked and my parents said no, or if I just looked at it and said, why would I do that? I could just buy it in the store, which, you know, it's weird. When I was a kid, I didn't give a shit about, like, anything, and now I'm, like, hyper obsessive with a lot of things. It's like a total coin flip in my life. But I was gonna say though, and I do need to step away and get water, stretch, and let the dog out soon. But I think something I've noticed about getting older. I think the point where it gets really fucked up to look back on how far away something was is once you're like 30 and you can remember stuff that happened 20 years ago. I think that's where it's like, oh my god. Because something being 10 years ago, that can be a lot. Like, you know, when you're 20, 10 feels like far away. But as a time period, it doesn't feel crazy looking back just 10 years ago. But looking back 10 years ago now, sure, a lot's happened, but it's still kind of the same, you know? 20 years ago, though? That's crazy. We didn't even have smartphones. Shit was so different. Everyone was watching TV and reading magazines. People were going on the internet, and there, like, weren't social media sites like we know. It was forums and chat rooms, and that was it. You know? I guess maybe MySpace was just starting, but I think that might have been, like, 2006 or something? I'm not sure. I was never on there. MSN Messenger? Yeah, I think for me it went like AIM to IRC to a mix of IRC and AIM, then MSN Messenger, then Skype, and then now Discord. And I feel like Discord stuck around the longest by far. Because Discord, I think we all got on that, like, what, more than 10 years ago, and that's still around? Yeah, it's weird, because, like, I look back on it and I go, wow, shit was so different, I was so much younger, but, like... Oh, here's the other part of it. Here's the other part of it. 20 years ago used to mean the 80s, which is before I was born. So it was this, like, very... It's so weird looking at talking to two Twitch chats at once. I haven't done this before. This is very strange. But 20 years ago used to mean the 80s, before I was born, and it's like, I can't even really envision it. I feel like I can envision it more now than I could when I was a kid, but it was like, okay, that's before I was born. No, it is 40 years ago now, which is also crazy, but 20 years ago used to mean the 80s, and that was like, whoa, that's like before I was born, that's like a different time, I can't even envision that. And now, 20 years ago, means the time when I was a kid. Compare that to it used to mean I wasn't even born yet. It was like a whole unique, like, decade that people remember in a specific way. And now it's like... No, it's like the early aughts, which doesn't feel as separate from now as the 80s did back then. And I'm kind of curious, like... People who were born in, like... You know, I was born in 93. Someone born in like, 2013... Or even just 2003. Although 2003, no, that'd be different. Point is, I guess someone born in 2013, I'm gonna be curious what they would think of the early aughts. If they would think like, whoa, yeah, I can't even picture that. That's so far away and different. Or if they'd be like, no, I mean, that's close enough. I can kind of... But no, it would have to be different, though. It would have to be different because they're living in, like, the smartphone, social media world, which I feel like really changed a lot. You know, YouTube, all that shit. I don't know. I just think, like, once 20, you can look back 20 years and you weren't a baby. That's when it starts to be like, oh my god, what? Because that 20 years ago meant something different. It's weird. It's weird once you hit that point, you can start looking back. But I've also talked about how when you're like a kid, just a few years, you know, even that can be crazy. Like I won't ramble on it now. I will step away soon, but I've talked about how, like, in 2007, I was nostalgic for, like, early Adult Swim, which was only, like, 5 years removed, and B, technically still happening, depending on how you look at it. There are kids who comment on songs between 10s and go, oh man, I wish I was growing up listening to these songs as well. That is true. You do see that. You do see a lot of people being like, oh, I was born in the wrong era. And it's funny that doesn't stop, but, you know. It's probably just, you know what the answer probably is? For the most part, it's probably always going to be the same. You're gonna look at that and go, wow, that different time? I mean, hell, when I look back at stuff 20 years ago, I get nostalgic for shit that was not in any way part of my life. I was born in the wrong era. I wish I was watching Karo streams in 2023. Man, if someone ever says that, that's sad. That's like a sad life. If you wish you were watching me in 2023, unless I like die this year, that's sad. You shouldn't think that. You should have been like, I wish I was watching something way more interesting. But yeah, like I've noticed recently, I've been getting way more nostalgic for the early aughts. But for parts that are, like, not my experience. Because, like, in the early aughts, I was, like, 7 to 15 or 16, depending on how you look at it. And so when I look at early aughts nostalgia stuff, it's like living in the city, listening to pop punk and Y2K fashion and cool stuff. And I'm like, I was like a baby sitting in my room playing Gundam Versus on PS2 and then going to my friend's house to play Mario Sunshine. That's not... I was hanging out with like 2 people and going to elementary school. Like, that wasn't what it was for me. But then I look back on it and go, oh, the life back then! I wish I was living that and doing stuff like that. It's like, no! I couldn't have! I was a baby boy! I was a little kid! That's not what it was for me! Cool skating? I never skated! That wasn't what I did. Mission Hill? I was like a third of the age of the Mission Hill characters. That wasn't my life. But part of that probably ties into, like... Even still now, I'm like, hey, I still haven't had that. I still haven't had living in the city, hanging out with people. I still haven't had that. Everyone moved away and it's been weird. You know. So I think honestly, that's the part where I can clearly tell, okay, my nostalgia for a thing I didn't experience but is of the time is just fusing with my weird, wish my living situation was better feelings. Anyway, I'm rambling. You were a baby with the original NES? I had an NES as a kid, but it kind of stayed in a closet because I didn't fully know what it was yet. Until, like, eventually when I kind of learned what it was from, like, Animal Crossing, I was like, don't we have one of these? And I busted it out and had Mario 3, Mega Man 6? The one where it's a tournament, and, Friday 13th. That was pretty cool, getting into that when I was like, oh, I just had this cool thing in my closet? I feel like that's a... I'm still rambling. This is the last thought. No one in chat say anything interesting to distract me. I feel like that's something that's going to happen less, is the, whoa, I had this old game console in my closet the whole time? I found this old game I used to have? It, like, fell in a drawer? Because I feel like now everyone's way more obsessive and aware of, like, this might be worth something someday, and it will also be harder to replace. Let's be very careful about it and make sure we know we have it. But also, if you're just a kid and your parents just get you something that, who knows, like, it could still just end up in a closet somewhere, and, you know, I don't know. But I just feel like there's something about it where people are a little more, paying a little more attention to shit like that, but who knows? Actually, no, it can't happen, because it'll be like, oh, I have this old PS4 in my closet in 30 years. It won't work anymore. It won't work like the old consoles still do. They can make the most powerful technology and it doesn't last like 5 fucking months. It sucks. Lost your PS and you moved last year and you're still sad about it? Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Losing a 3DS, that's a bad one. I don't know how much those are now. Okay, I'm gonna go on break. I apologize to all chats for talking so much. Go get water and stretch like I'm about to do. Let a dog out if you have a dog that needs to go out and has been bugging you to go outside. I will give you one cheat code. I will give you one cheat code to think about before I step away. One cheat code. Oh, this is weird, actually. This issue has the cheats in the middle instead of just the end. That's strange. Okay, what's a good one? Oh, yeah. Okay, y'all. Here's a cheat code for... Here's a cheat code for Way of the Samurai, the first one on PS2. Secret codes. At any time during the game, press start to pause. Then enter any of the following codes. You'll see the effect take place immediately after entering the code correctly. Increase equipped weapons durability by 1. Hold R1 plus R2, then press right, left, down, up, circle. Restore all life. Hold L1 and L2, then press down, up, right, left, circle. Not to mention there might not be any old games to find because they're all digital downloads. For the most part, there's a lot more digital, but people are making a lot more physical stuff, even though a lot of it is like collector's edition things that are just gonna go up in fucking price because it all sucks. Man, I could really ramble about how shitty the retro game market got, as I'm literally taking my headset off now, so I'm not even gonna hear y'all for a second. I can't hear you. Your text. No, I'm not even gonna talk about that. When I get back, ask me if you want to hear my specific complaints about that shit. I gotta go let this dog out. I'll be right back. Thank you all for watching. We'll be back.
Get out of here with that shit, man. Yo. You don't know me and you don't know I'm going through, so fuck you and your lame ass point of view. That should have been my whole mission from the start. You putting it together, I tear it all apart. What? Gotta get mine, stepping through this minefield, and what's not mine becomes mine. You mine? That's the way I gotta take it from the mans. Put a price up on the fans, I put let up in the stand. It doesn't matter who the target is. You know I'm gonna finish it once I get it started, kid. That's the way I gotta market it. Marksman, mercenary, making all your hearts skip, and I can turn you into parts quick. Put you in a box and ship you off the yard 6. Where the non-believers go. The ones that started pleading because they couldn't take the bleeding from the beating, yo. So you might want to shut your mouth before you end up in a pine box headed down south. Your mama brought you in, I'ma take you out. Send you down to hell, you can burn like gout. I'ma make it clear, I won't leave a doubt. I told you why I'm here, it's my only route. So you can stick around because it's gonna be a thriller. In this world, ain't no other option for a killer. I just gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Body for a price, just say so. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. If it means kill 'em all, then I won't say no. No is what I hear all the time when I'm slaying them. Body parts, so nice for laying them. Slice, dicing up some mayhem. Gotta keep it light in this dark world of gray and black. But you can get your axe to the back or a slap to the face from the clap of a gat. Strapped to your waist, plastic to your hat. Back, feel the tragic collapse. I say it's pretty serious. So maybe you should start thinking, well, it's time to be fearing this. Cause if I keep hearing this, I'ma have no other choice but to leave your whole fam hearingless. Yeah, that's how really real it is. I care about my pockets, not about your feelings, shit. So when I kill you, man, it ain't personal, it's just the only way I still can make a grand. Understand what I'm talking about? Get the picture of what this all about? It's time for you to walk it out. You don't wanna be around when these dogs start barking out. You don't wanna play the target route, cause I don't get paid unless the fucking target's out. That's the way it goes, that's the only way I know just to make my dough. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Body for a price, just say so. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. If it means kill 'em all, then I won't say no. Shit, you think I'm just gonna sit around and do nothing? Huh. They're fucking monsters out there, man. Somebody's gotta kill them. You can keep your justice, man. I got my justice right here. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Body for a price, just say so. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. If it means kill 'em all, then I won't say no. holding me back. Now get my knapsack and pack. Now attack, now like ba-da-da-da-da and bam, pow. In a misplace, gotta get messy. Interesting kid gets busy. Ain't nobody can hold me down. Too much of anything can destroy the time you graduate. Can't see take the risk for high. As a man, I choose to be me, who I am. Constant battle against my shadow. I gotta get it back, it's time I get it back. I wanna bring it back to the good old days.
Both moonlight shines and sun shines down on us.
Alright, I'm finally back. None of my friends
Hello.
are back. Oh, you're here. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, here. Back. What was I gonna say before I left? Phoebe Lilies. Talking about collecting old games. Fucking like 10 years ago, it was so good. Cause I don't know about other people's areas. My area had like at least 2 game stores where I could go in all the time. They'd always have different shit, and it was a good selection. It was interesting. And I was actually like, oh, I want to just try this weird thing I see on a shelf. This weird Super Nintendo game looks stupid. And a lot of that was heightened by all the you know, what do you call it? All the fucking YouTube retro gamer shows. Like a lot of those Normal Boots shows. And then everything happened. You know, like every single YouTube retro gamer except like the ones I wasn't watching turned out to be like
Peanut
weird.
Little Game killed that guy.
What?
Peanut Little Game killed that guy.
Like, I was a big fan of Continue, which was literally just about, like, let's just try a weird random retro game and just fuck with it. And I was like, that's so good. This makes me want to try so many games and expose me to games that are interesting. And then everything happened with every Normal Boots show ever. And it was like, oh, this sucks. And then the gaming market was like, no, everything's going to be expensive and no store will ever carry anything ever again. Every store will be nothing but either a pile of sports games that no one will ever buy for the Super Nintendo, or fucking $500 copies of Zelda we keep in a glass box. Nothing in between. No. You will not find an interesting PS2 game or a weird little SNES RPG you weren't aware of. No. Never. I fucking bought a Wonder Swan with like 5 games at one of my stores one time. Like, that's not a Wonder Swan, sorry. I don't think we had that in America. The Neo Geo Pocket Color. I have fucking Biomotor Unitron because of one of my stores. Like, it's crazy. I got a good deal on it too. It's awesome. And now it's, you know, someone mentioned flash cartridges. Something I got into recently. I'm big on the oh my god, fucking Duck Hunt Super Mario cartridge for like $30. Fuck that. Hey, you know what's bullshit, and we all know it's bullshit? Pokemon games being expensive.
Yeah.
Literally, hey, we made 1 billion. This is the most popular thing ever. We made 1 billion of these. Oh, okay, so they should be like as cheap as the sports games they make the same amount of, right?
No.
No. Give me $500 for Pokemon Red. Why? Is it rare? Are there not a lot of copies left? No, there's 1 million copies left. Give me $500.
I just like it.
Like, that's
I can imagine them being like 50 or 60 if they replace the battery.
Yeah. That, like, it's the Pokemon thing specifically. Like, there's a lot of games it's like, okay, that's a weird, rare, obscure thing, sure. Pokemon? No. Fuck you. Pokemon's, there's 1 million copies of every Pokemon game. Every single one, there's still 100 million thousand copies. Those were so prevalent, they made so many. No one should be having to pay a ton of them, and I say that as someone who did sell their old copy of Emerald for like $100. Because I didn't have a job and I need money. You gotta do what you gotta do sometimes in this dark world. Well, I was gonna say about the flashcards. Something I'm real huge on, and I really recommend, the Miu Mini Plus. You hack that shit up, put Onion OS on there. That's like the only emulation thing that can emulate Game Boy Link cable. And also it's just a cool little thing that you can put 1 million games on and stuff. It's very cute. I super recommend it. I've been playing Final Fantasy V on that, and Pokemon Pure Green, a ROM hack of the original like generation, which is really, really good, and it's the first time I've replayed any Pokemon game since I was like 14, and I'm having a lot of fun. Any new shit it adds is added so well that I genuinely am sitting there like, did I just forget this was in the game? This NPC seems out of place, but also like I could have just forgotten it. Anyway. You get me talking about the shit, I'd never shut the fuck up. I'm taking up 2 streams right now!
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'll read another cheat code to make up for it. Do you want NBA Jam 2002 or the Muppets On with the Show?
The Muppets On with the Show, please.
All right. Here's the cheat password. Choose continue from the main menu and enter the password K0?G6 to unlock all the difficulty settings and activity mode minigames. That's my recompense for the Jump Drive Project viewers, who I've slighted by rambling. I either like can't think of shit to say on stream, or I just don't stop talking. When things are going well for me, I can't shut the fuck up. I'm excited to hang out with my fucking friends. I'm sorry, I should give you guys a chance to read the cheat codes in your magazines.
Tim was so excited to hang out with his friend, Cheat Code Magazine.
Yeah. I am. Alright, let me see. How do I...
I think if you were a real gamer, you would get one of those big, like, phone books of cheat codes.
Well, you mean like the standalone cheat code books?
Yeah.
I honestly wouldn't mind getting one of those. Like, find the biggest one possible.
Jewish Cthulhu says Cheat Code Magazine is a beautiful name for a goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, can I not change settings? I see a view settings thing, but it's grayed out. I don't really...
Huh.
Cheat Code Magazine was just the name of the woman who did the show Cheat on G4.
I never watched G4. That's another like early aughts gaming thing that totally passed me by.
Yeah, same here.
I don't know if it was like you had to like get it extra like HBO or something, even though we had that, but...
I don't remember why we had access to it, honestly.
You know, it might have been like as much as I was into games, I didn't really seek out like gaming news unless it was in the things like tips and tricks or Nintendo Power, where it's like, oh, it's got this other stuff, and it'll also tell me if things coming out. You know?
Makes sense.
Can I not change these settings?
Huh.
I'm sad that I never got to watch, like, GameSpot TV. Like, Oli, Jeff Goldsman stuff.
Yeah, I kind of wish I'd checked out more of that kind of stuff. Huh, you know, I don't know if I can change any of this. But what are the settings?
I think it's okay. I will say, like, things get hard.
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
like,
I'm sure. I mean, they say these are the recommended settings. I'm sure they're recommended for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not even seeing, like, anything I'd want to... Like, the thing I wanted would just be, like, when you come back, you're still injured or something.
Yeah.
But this is... There's nothing for that, so this is fine.
I mean, it gets easy enough to heal with, like, injections and stuff that it's not a huge deal.
Yeah.
We kind of have a stockpile of injections right now, too, so it's not like...
Game is back up.
Okay. Let me stop playing Path of Akra. And then I'll come in.
You know what's
Yo,
another
what's
thing?
poppin'?
Oh, shit. Oh my god,
Oh,
the
hi.
invader.
The invader. Hi.
You've
Just popping in to say hi.
invaded 2 streams at once.
Oh shit, that's right. Hello everybody on Karo's stream and on JD's stream.
Hello, Vixi. Vixi, do you have
Hello.
Abiotic Factor?
I do.
Have you played 1,000,100 hours?
I've not played 1,100,000 hours. I've played 18.3 hours.
That's still more than me.
Hell yeah.
You're welcome to join if you want.
I was gonna say.
But
if you don't mind, I'd love to pop in.
You're-
But
Yeah.
I also understand that I'm invading and I don't want to insert myself.
No, it's fine. You can
Unnecessarily.
join. Just don't like rush to the story thing. Go, here's all the secrets you haven't found.
Oh god, no. I don't know the secrets.
Because like Eclipse
Let me
has
add you
played
guys.
even more than you, and it's like I regret doing that. I regret doing that off stream.
How... Hang on, I'm gonna message you this.
Oh yeah, give Vixi the code is in chat.
Yes, I'm also asking Vixi how far they are.
Oh, we gotta unmute. I forgot or mute.
Yeah.
Where's the bathroom?
Uh oh, toilet time.
Unfortunately. I guess I don't have to end the music. But I did.
Alright, well, what did I want to make? I want to make some defenses. Soil bags. We need soil bags. We need feces. How can we get feces? Can we get those from toilets?
This sector will be powered down momentarily. If you have not already evacuated,
Does anybody know how to collect dookies and shits?
Feces you get from makeshift toilets, which we can't make up.
Ah, okay. So we gotta find that. Well, that gets rid of my bomb idea. That's a shame.
Oh, there's some of the trash.
Or can we... Wait, no. Can't we dismantle, plants for soil or something? Isn't that, like, a thing? Oh, give me this. Nice. How do you throw?
Oh god.
Holster.
You can't throw the shield out, so you have to hit H to holster your shield, and then you hold right click, and then.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
This also lets me empty my hands and be a normal boy. I see. So then I can.
Okay. Hey, Vixi.
Vixi, welcome. I'll put Vixi's name in the title. There we go. Vixi is here as well. Another shout, Vixi.
Welcome to science, Vixi.
That's Vixi. Check her out on Twitch.
Greetings.
I don't actually know where Vixi is.
I don't know where Vixi is either. She might still be doing a character setup.
Oh, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
probably. So, can we, like, break down potted plants for soil or anything like that?
You can break down potted plants for plastic, but soil you have to make out of poop.
Okay, so making those landmines is going to be tough, but we could make...
You can find poop and trash.
We could make,
Sometimes.
We could make shock traps.
It is bag of feces and bio scrap.
Yeah, the feces is the tough part. Now, something I'm thinking here
Do you think we could get bag of feces by not going to the bathroom?
I don't know. We could try it, but... Someone's being attacked. You got it. Okay. What was I doing?
If it gets any colder, I may have a problem.
Shock traps. These deployed to kill or ensnare. I'm thinking we could make, like... I'm gonna go ahead and make, like, 10 energy bricks. We're gonna need a lot of these.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Nice shindig.
Hello.
Yeah, this is Chip's Chalice or whatever we called it. Sanctuary.
Chip's challenge. Chip sanctuary.
Wait. Oh no, this is anomalous compost. This is different. Oh, JD, you might want to make this.
Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do.
You might want to make some anomalous compost.
Share it with me?
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you didn't have it yet.
Oh, anomalous compost. I see. Yeah.
Cool.
Alright, well I'm gonna go ahead and make like 5 chopinators and 5 shock traps.
You're welcome to take some gear if you want. We got some stuff and weapons tools.
Yeah, we got plenty to spare.
Or if you want to make something, we got plenty of basic materials. We could also get you another bed. We get another couch.
Oh yeah.
Soups are over here. Go make yourself a soup bowl.
Cool.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, I've got a bunch of stuff on me now. I'm ready to get
Yeah, the only real challenge right now is going to be armor because we don't have renewable magazines yet.
But we got filing cabinets and shit.
Yeah, that's true. Just in terms of like arms and legs and stuff.
Oh yeah, I still need to make armor, don't I? Hold on.
Yeah, I used. We can see if we can get more. Wait, did I mess this up?
Where's the arm?
Let's go in
Makeshift
here.
arm wraps. Yeah, oh yeah, I don't have magazines.
Yeah, we gotta get more magazines.
I need magazines. I still don't have arm wraps. Alright, I'm getting to bed.
That did not work very long, unfortunately.
Is it a new day? Is it a beautiful dream?
Okay, yeah, we should probably make more batteries, because these are not, probably a battery per thing we want to power is a good...
Oh, is this like not enough power for all these?
Yeah, it's okay. It's just not storing enough, but we can figure that out. Unfortunately, we can't do that yet because it's night.
Oops, sorry.
And we don't have another bed for Vixi yet.
DB and O.
Get this figured out.
This is interesting. What the hell is DBNO?
DBNO?
It's listed under one of the sharp melee 9, no survivors. It says it will kill enemies when they would have gone DBNO, but I don't know what that is.
Oh.
That's that song by Justice, right?
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Okay, so 1, 2, or second, wait. 1, 2. We need 3 more batteries.
Oh yeah, I've already got a mountain of stuff, by the way, if we want to come out here and start, like, thinking about placement.
Cool.
Go ahead and charge some of this. Oh yeah, make sure, oh, Vixi, we've got some extra carbuncle if you want to make a vacuum.
No, I'm good. I'm good on vacuums. Let me just... Let's see if I can put together a club.
Yeah,
Oh, I don't think it did that the whole time.
yeah, I put an upgrade on that.
Give me my morning soup.
Alright, I'm actually be
Alright.
power and crafting.
So this is like this. Okay, interesting.
Okay, that goes on the plug trap. Boop, boop. Boop. And boop. And then heating. I think we can have one stove on battery, and I think we need 2. So that'll be that much battery.
Oh, these need power! Shit! What about these?
Will we do anything specific before the break?
What?
I think
Oh.
we were getting set up for. We were gonna get set up for robot time.
Yeah, I'm setting up some traps right now. The thing is, I forgot the choppinators are gonna need power, so we gotta get power sources out here. Or find
We
good
need a lot more.
sockets. If someone wants to come out here and help me scout for sockets, that'd be great.
Yeah, we also need more computer parts. I'm gonna do a run of those soon.
Okay, I'm gonna be putting these down wherever I can.
There's one on this wall. We could maybe stretch a power strip from here.
So this is gonna be a spot you want to jump over. This is gonna be bad.
Do we know if these activate if we touch them?
I don't know. Experiment.
These are the shock traps, right?
Yeah.
Do you want me to step on one?
Yeah, step on one. That'll be fine.
I mean, they're fine like this. Do they have to be plugged in?
No, those are rechargeable.
Oh, then yeah, I guess we can step on these.
Wait, I need...
We need to get into this room, honestly.
Oh yeah, but he won't let us. That's his domain.
Reckon I'm leaving here? I don't.
Oh, we could hack our way in though.
Just did. Half the doors are buggered, and now there's these little hoppy things everywhere. You're on your own.
Oh, New Zealand.
New Zealand.
New Zealand. I need tech scraps. Okay, I'm taking a bunch of tech scraps so I can hook these up. Because apparently you need tech scraps to hook up the, whatchamacallits. Choppers.
What are you saying needs power? Oh, the choppers? Yeah. Yeah, we need a plug strip. Actually, yeah, I guess we could just do that one.
Alright, get away from that. I know that if we touch it, it's gonna be bad.
Yeah. And I
But
guess
if we
just-
lure
just
the
make
robots
robot
into it,
that.
it's gonna be good.
Yeah.
So here's a perfect spot to lure the robots in. Right here.
Yeah, literally just like shoot them through here. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna go get some more computer parts because we're running a little bit low. So I'll be back.
Hey, who's down? Oh, you. Hey. Oh, look.
What's going on? You okay?
Oh shit. Yeah, I see him.
Wait, where are y'all? Ping.
Come up here. Come up to the. Do you see us? Look at this.
I'm coming.
Look what?
Look at that.
Oh shit.
What are you seeing? What the fuck? Oh!
Yo.
I thought it was
We
a
could use
giant
this as an
one at
anomalous
first.
energy source.
Bro is rolling.
Holy shit, this is amazing. He's gonna break that chair. He's gonna break that chair. I have to save it. I have to save that chair.
No, the chair's fine.
He's breaking it.
Oh god.
Ow.
Oh, did I hit you? I was trying to hit Kara.
Now this is my bolt.
I fixed it.
Oh, the hammer just fixes things. Okay.
Yeah.
I know that. Sorry. I'm throwing your bolt on the floor. Take it.
This is what I built my base on single player, so seeing y'all just break the windows is not. It's not good for me.
Oh yeah, it's just glass. There's nothing stopping anything from breaking that.
Civility.
I don't think the monsters have that.
They might.
Have you tried?
Have I tried what?
Civility.
I do.
With
The
the
monsters don't. Oh my god. Now remember, be careful out here. There's a lot of traps. We got a lot of traps active now.
Okay.
I kind of just put them all over the place. Hey, I found another little shortcut door. Actual plan is we just kite the robots into these choppers and these electric things on the ramp. Because we can't make, you know, bombs. So, these should work. Right? I mean, look at these things.
This robot.
There's this robot, and then we'll set up for the next one.
Yeah,
I think it'll work great.
this is what he's going to be coming from.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got one more.
What's the specific line?
I mean, I think we'll just kind of lure him wherever we gotta, you know?
Okay. We're not Oaks must die eating.
No, I mean, we can't, you know?
I mean, we might be able to.
Why is this not turning on? Did I not plug that in right? Oh, I think I fucked that up. The hell?
There might be like a salvo limit on how many you can.
No, I think I put like the thing on wrong. Yeah, I added like a power reroute thing, which I don't think I wanted.
Oh yeah, I think the
Text
electricity has like a. I think you can do math in this game.
Yeah, so we could do a few in one spot actually. I think, if we had enough power.
In fact, we could like set all this shit up to a switch if we needed to.
That could be good. I don't know if one slot will be enough for all that, but I mean that, you know, now I know. Still, I think let's just, should we? Oh, it's only like 10 a.m. Should we find a good spot to like hook all this up?
What do you mean?
Like, what would be a good spot to like, you know, put them all in one spot?
What do you mean?
The fucking spinny things, like put a cluster of them somewhere to really fuck them up.
Oh, you mean okay?
And link them all up so it's all on like. Hey. You get fucked.
I think.
Hey, you're bleeding.
Build other
I did notice that, yeah.
things.
Sorry, what'd you say?
We could put all those in one spot, but I don't think we should move these, if that's what you meant.
We should, oh, just leave them where they are?
I think it's probably better to have multiple ones, just in case having them all together would break something.
Okay. If they were all together, all you'd have to do is just crouch under them and go, and just the thing would chase you through it. I think, unless it's smarter than that.
Maybe.
But we'll just see how it goes
Just
tonight.
maybe that it might be able to bust through multiple at once, you know?
Yeah, we'll have to see tonight how it goes. And I kind of want to just sleep till tonight. I mean, do we have anything left to loot at this point?
I mean, we could still go out and, like, get items.
Ah, fuck it, let's do that now.
Probably go back to the,
Let's
the
go.
offices to
I'll
get
follow.
more computer bolts.
Computer parts, yeah, let's do it. Okay, we're going to go. JD and I are going to get computer parts. We've got a bunch of traps set up out here, so be careful.
Alright, I just got
This
a
is
bunch.
the ramp that I built, by the way.
Fuck yeah. The ramp is covered in shock traps, and there's just a bunch of blade things all over the main lobby, so just...
Okay, I think the shock traps don't hurt you, but the blades definitely.
Yeah, we can step over the shock traps we found.
Do we want to put levers on the blades so we can decide when they're on or off?
Could be good. I just kind of set them all up for now.
Okay. I might try putting some levers on.
Mid-air kill!
I lost one of my bolts, that's fine.
Probably don't need the spear. Well, I mean, I want to have a blade so I can carve. What the fuck is that? Magazines. Do you hear that? Jay, did you hear that big crazy machine sound? What's going on here? These streets are crazy right now. You seeing this? There's monsters in this game. Yo, hit him with the spear!
We have plenty of health items now, so I'm not going to not get taking too many.
Yeah. Hey, let's loot the kitchen. This kitchen hasn't been properly looted. Canned peas. Hang on. I gotta look at these. I gotta examine these. Oh yeah, it is! It is! It's Grandpa Bubby's canned peas. That's cute. What'd you say?
What did you say?
I got Grandpa Bubby's canned peas.
Oh.
I'm coming home with a second refrigerator and Grandpa Bubby's canned peas.
Oh shit, I didn't know you get candies this early. Oh yeah.
Requires reinforced hose.
I know.
Oh, we'd have to like set this up. Thank you. Alrighty.
Thank you.
Yeah, you just hold it and it transmits. And even if you're not holding it, you'll hear from it.
Oh, that's how you do the power swing. Okay. I gotta put my shield away. I see. There's so many things I can do with so many weapons. Oh shit, you want wisdom? Let's get you that wisdom. Let's get all of us some wisdom. Here we go. What's he got for us? He's covering the whole screen.
There's fucking Joe Parra up there! How come there ain't Joe Parra up there? Get his fucking ass up there, you motherfuckers!
I apologize. That was not. That's not. That he doesn't. That's not him. That's not in his heart. Here we go. This will be more correct.
I have fished all over the world. They will grow and live happily in your tank as long as you take care of them. This is the aqua room, where fishermen come to relax and talk about the one that got away. Char needs to be hooked more slowly than trout.
Are set up?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Like 3? Looks like 5.
Let's get one last one. One last one for the road. One final piece of wisdom.
It's time for me to find someone to take my place as the fishing master.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Alright, I got a new fridge. Where should I'm gonna put this bad boy in our room.
I actually don't think it's worth putting them on letters. I'm just gonna have the... I think the Shominators are fine as they are.
Where should I put this fridge, actually? I don't really... This would be a good spot, I think.
Put it... Hang on. Come with me.
Okay.
Put it next to the other one. I'll set up a plug strip.
Oh, just put it somewhere else? Wait, shouldn't we put this in, like, the kitchen? Shouldn't this be in the kitchen? Oh, there's only one plug in there, though.
Yeah, it's a power problem. Hang on, I'll get a separate battery for the,
Alright, well, I'll stick it over here.
Yeah, just put it right there. I'll get it set up. Okay, so we'll do this. This. Okay, each of those have their own battery now. Should keep them alive.
Fine. Censoring my art. I'm gonna put this skull in the fridge so all the radiation will at least be in the same spot.
Oh, I see what the problem is. There we go. Gorgeous. Gorgeous garden.
Does anyone want to look at the Half-Life but the funny reference on the can of peas?
Yeah, sure.
Here, I'll put them down somewhere. Can I just like hold them?
I want to look at something actually.
I want to see the funny silly reference.
Yay! Okay, here, I'm gonna put it down. It's on the floor. Take a look. Don't eat them, because I'm gonna make soup out of those, but for now...
Yeah, of course.
These are my soup and peas.
Oh my god.
That's cute.
It's good.
Grandpa W's. Can't believe it.
That's cool.
He really got out of there. And started a pea business.
Alright, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I guess we're just waiting until tonight, really.
Okay, good to know.
We need medkit and wheat. All kinds of things here.
Okay, I've learned something about the freezer in there.
Yeah?
Containers in there are not considered cold, so unfortunately we cannot use that for trickery.
Okay.
Shame.
Yeah. We do also have an extra storage bin now, though, so just put that down.
A little bit of water. Give me a sip. Give me a cold sip.
The sitting siddle.
What's this one gonna be?
I'd be sitting. What's the problem? Dang.
What's this one gonna be?
I don't know. We can use it for something. I just kind of put it there. I guess like it could be weapons and armor too. Weapons and tools too.
Yeah, they'll label it. Labels are important.
Yeah.
Do we have a free soup pot where I could go ahead and make this pea soup?
Let's see. There should be one, right? I think it's on the stove. Yeah. There's a stove pot there's a pot in the kitchen.
Excellent. JD, did you want to see the funny reference on the peas before I cook them?
Cook 'em.
What'd you say?
Someone's fighting a peccary, and it didn't sound very good. It sounded like the fight was going maybe poorly.
Oh no.
Is Peccary the dog?
Yeah, peccaries are the dogs, pests are the...
Yeah, one was chasing me, but I juked it.
Okay, good.
Look at that. It's cooking. Let's make some meat. Let's grill up some brats. Bioscrap, chops, and salt. Maybe bio scrap. Well, I'll split the stack. I'm making sausage.
Yay. I love sausage. How do you actually make sausage?
Here, I can share it.
Yeah.
It is... I guess you have it. It's chopped. It's 2 peccary chops, 1 bioscrap, and 1 salt, but I think I used the last salt. At least in here.
Interesting. Oh no, I don't really need to make one. I'm just kind of curious, because I don't think I've ever made that on my solo one.
Okay, I'm gonna start cooking anything that's looking like it's... might be going soon.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Got a bunch here. Let me get some more... Well, where are all the pans at? I know there's more than we have out here.
The stovetop. We can make more.
Oh, are they all in the stove already?
That's it, I think.
No, I could have sworn we had more, but...
Oh, you know, one of them might have gotten used in crafting, because I think there was one that was required for like the helmet that I have.
That's like...
I'll make stuff.
We have got bland pea soup now.
We need a death flag. I need to go beat up a death. I'll do that.
Pea soup? We got bland pea soup now.
Reporting in. We have bland pea soup.
You can pea soup, but you can't...
Oh dear. I don't...
I'm heavily irradiated by my actions.
I don't know.
Oh fuck, I might be vomiting on... No, I just missed the food. It's okay.
I'm gonna eat out of the vending machine from now on.
It's okay, just wipe it off.
It totally hit the fan. He's lying to all of us.
It's fine, it's normal, it's okay, it'll cook off. For real though, we could use some more pans. I got a lot of meat to cook.
I'm making more pans.
Thank you, we only really need 2 more.
You can't just tell us about your meat like that. It's rude.
Carefully cooked? Hey, I think I've gotten so good at cooking that now stuff is coming out, like, carefully cooked.
Fun. Here you go. Some makeshift pans.
Fuck yes, sir. Thank you. Look at it. Look at it. I'm throwing it down again. All this rump's gotta get cooked. I'll suck up all the radiation. I'll take it all.
Hang on. Carrot. Let me...
What? Are you calling me?
I have something for you.
Yeah? Oh, is it a chef's hat? I should probably be wearing that.
No. That's something else.
Can you bring me a chef's hat, please?
I can bring you a chef's hat, but here, I'll bring you something more important.
Yeah?
Take your iodine.
Thank you. That makes sense. I love iodine. I'm working with all this irradiated meat. First aid went up from that. I can make a syringe now. Whoops. My cooking level's going up. My first aid level went up. I can make syringes. I can make an anti-radiation syringe. Oh wait, I can already make these. A little bit of salt, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. Hey, I got a recipe for like anti-radiation syringes now, so we got even more stuff we can do.
Wait, this includes corpse cutters.
Can I have a chef's hat, please?
Fine, I'll get you a
I'm
chef's
sitting
hat.
down. I don't want to get up.
You don't really need one though. It's for cutting things up.
Oh, then I don't care. Keep it. No, I want it.
Okay, I'm bringing it to you. You need to decide.
I've decided. I would like it.
Okay, here.
Thank you.
Chef's hat for you.
It's very important to
What time
me.
is that? Okay, we're almost
Fuck,
done.
yes. Yes! Look at me! Oh my god, I can watch my own mouth flaps. That rules.
A master chef.
I feel like I'm playing
Wait,
like a mini game.
How do you go third person?
Oh, just look in your inventory. And you just see yourself. You could see your mouth
Oh,
flaps.
right, yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
Look at my... I'm gonna have maxed out cooking level soon.
I locked it in there, along with everyone else.
You know, I'm doing all this cooking in game. I haven't really had dinner yet today. I'll probably have a late dinner after stream. Alright, all the radiation is gone. I forgot I was wearing this. Hey, what does the cooking apron do? Hang on, that does something. Oh, it just keeps from getting splattered. It's not really that important. Come on, cook on up, cook on up. Do these ones just take longer because they're big? I've earned this. A taster's treat. Yo, we got a mountain of meat now. We got a fridge full of cooked meat.
Yay.
Or we're about to. I gotta put
I
it in.
love treats.
Come on. Come on. Looking like a baked potato. Cooking level 7. That's what it's all about.
Did we ever figure out if nets do anything to robots?
I forget if we tried that.
Also, did anyone give Vixi a walkie-talkie?
I get Vixi a walkie-talkie.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Hi.
Is it almost? What time is it? Oh yeah, we should get ready for our battle. Everyone should start heading back.
Roger, roger. And back.
We don't have duct tape? What happened to our duct tape?
It might be in...
Sorry, I accidentally took it with me. I'm bringing it back.
No.
Okay.
How could you? Oh, we need salt. We need test tubes and wheat.
So I know where another robot is, if y'all want me to juke it towards our trap setup, so we can do more than one.
Yeah, sure.
Up to y'all.
Which one were you thinking?
I was thinking the one on the one in the, like, manufacturing approach. So, like, on floor 2, like, past the, like, to the left of the reception area, past the, like, executive office, or executive meeting room.
We could get that one, and we could probably also pull the one from the offices, if we need to, if we want to.
Have a wonderful and productive evening.
I'm making a few splints just to have in the first aid box.
So something I just remembered: if you attack the robots enough, they just wake up. Do we just want to start waking up robots?
Fuck yeah,
and
let's
bring
do
them over to the trap farm.
Wait, I just realized our things won't be on at night. Our
Yeah,
trap.
actually, shit. So
I didn't think about
we need
that.
to do that.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Although wait, it's all. Should we go to sleep and do it in the morning when we'll have full?
We should do it in the morning. That's probably the move.
I didn't know you could wake the robots up actually.
Let's do that
Yeah,
then.
so let's all get home, go to sleep. Do we have a bed for Vixi yet?
Well, I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
Okay, I just got a cabinet. I can make a bed.
Also,
Kevin, you shouldn't have said anything. It would have been really funny.
Also, actually, I realized after I came in, I actually need to run. My headphones are actually not working.
Oh no.
Okay.
I fucking forgot because I'm a stupid idiot.
Can you just make sure you drop off anything?
Yeah, I'm good. I'll drop everything here.
Drop off the goods.
Don't you worry about a thing. I got you a free hat.
Fuck yeah. We got the carbuncle hat now?
I will still set up a bed.
Yeah, you got the carbuncle hat.
Yeah, we should have a guest bed.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we might even have a permanent extra
thank you
party
for letting
member.
me stop in and ruin your good time.
This is not. This is my bed. I'm taking this bed. This is such a good spot. Under the coffee machine in the sink. There's water in the sink.
You need to move.
There's bad soup. I'll help. Hang on. I relinquish ownership of this bed. I take ownership of this bed.
We need more cloth.
Oh no, it's cold here! It's cold!
Where should I put this bag of chips?
I need a heater over here. Oh god, I slammed the desk and the mic definitely went crazy there. I apologize. What's my journal saying?
Yeah, it's actually working pretty well. Power's on for that stuff.
Okay, all my shit's sorted. Thank you for letting me stop in. I'm gonna jump out now.
Thank you, Vixi. Goodbye.
Okay,
That was
bye.
Vixi.
Thanks for letting me pop in.
I love guests.
I'll do a shout out for Vixi. If you like watching streams early in the morning, Vixi does the shit out of that. Like every day, Vixi streaming first thing in the morning. It's pretty cool.
I'm sleeping.
I could never. Well, you could watch. I'm also sleeping. Alright, as soon as them lights turn on, we pop up. We go, we kill.
Yeah. So what you want to do is just repeatedly.
It's okay, Vixi!
Yeah, we really enjoyed having you. We'd love to have you back.
It's cool.
I didn't do what you said, but they're right, and I agree with them.
Ourselves. I love how so many of these notes are just there are power cells.
They're power cells.
They're right. There are power cells in Silo 3. Like, yeah, we know. I guess just in case you don't find.
They got power cells in Silo 3, you heard?
Alright. I'm putting my shield down so I can power attack these fuckers. Alright, you're getting that one? We'll go after this one. Everybody ready? I'm gonna start hitting them.
Yeah, go ahead.
Have I been over here? Holy shit, there's like an area I haven't been to.
I'm baiting a second one.
I think this is unfinished probably, though.
It's absolutely Siberian.
Hey, I found like a...
It's already up and moving around.
Sorry, okay, sorry, I found a... When did we find this?
This is Dr. Derek Mance. Today, I discovered that Dr. Stern's latest software experiment was simulating the entire facility. A microcosm of Cascade, and every staff member within it. Even myself, I gather. When I asked about it, he claimed to be trying to find a way to accelerate our research. I inquired about the ethical considerations, and he just looked at me blankly. The man is a genius, but more dangerous to this facility than most of its subjects. I'm sure. An exceptional scientist, all the same.
Okay, someone's been in here, I just haven't been in this room. So I just found a section I hadn't been in, I had to go look at it. Alright, here's the fucker. What's up, fucker? Yo, I think I can stagger them now.
Alright, got another robot coming in.
Hey, I think I can stagger them with my power attack now that I've figured out how to do that. Oh, yeah, we shredded these guys. This is nothing to us now.
Yeah, the Choppinators, the way that I did it in my solo single player playthrough is just the Choppinators, so they're really good. Come here.
Hey, don't lure it into that one. Can we get a hammer out here? We need to fix one of these choppers. I'm bringing them to the shock traps now. Having a drink though.
That's breaking. Okay.
Oh, this is like perfect. What the hell is he gonna do about this?
Over here.
This feels cool.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy's gonna die. Nice. Got one.
Oh, I've been hurt. I want to lure him into the last spot. No. Come on. Alright, we got a chopper down here.
Yeah, oh.
These things are great. Oh, you hit another one, idiot!
Yeah,
I'm gonna throw a spear at him. Like, legit, I think I'm stunning him with the... Oh, this one's almost broken. No, yeah.
Yeah, you can just crack under it. Once he's in it, like, he's... Yep, there we go.
Fucking idiot.
CPU. A bunch of other stuff. Hell yeah.
Lots of sodas?
Stuff away.
We can get lots of sodas from these? So we just gotta charge these. Oh, these just recharge automatically?
Yeah, they recharge automatically.
Okay. Alright, can I make... Hold on. Need to pin this. I need to make an infrared emitter. I need to make a computational brick. Alright, I'm making a computation brick.
Alright. I would say probably don't go into the next area until we all have one.
Sure. We can at least start opening some of these doors.
Yeah, this is true.
Let me just... Hold on. Where's this? What is this under? Tools...
Alright, I'm gonna just check around to see if any of them need repairs.
Yeah, I don't know any handles all, so if you have one, you can, you can do that.
Glow stick. Are we out of test tubes? Whatever, I'll just make one.
I have some test tubes.
Oh, you have them? Okay.
So why does this one just slowly take damage as it spins? Is it?
I think we can also make some. I had 5. I put them in there.
So we like go back to the thing I was just looking at? Here we go. Hacking device. Yes! I've got it! I've done it! Clever device for hacking high security keypads. Should be able to hack clearance level 1 keypads. I'm a naturally of science.
Because all my fucking arrows are like right next to it.
I am Hackman now. Let me clean the slop off myself.
There we go.
Do we got any more of these robots lying around?
Any more of what?
Any more of the robots lying around?
Maybe. I'm curious how fast they respawn actually.
Yeah. We should
Also,
probably...
someone needs to grab their vacuum.
we should probably move these choppers to more places.
I think we're fine. Like,
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can keep making more of these. Make some screws. Here we go. Is there an easier way to... I mean, I know I'm gonna need one of these. Or at least like 3 of these. No, 2 of these? Oh, no, I can only make one more. Hmm. This is tough. We need more. Okay, yeah, we just need more security valve parts. All right, I made a lot here.
Did you get a hacking tool?
I got a hacking tool, yes.
Cool. We're robot hunting.
I'll put a glue stick there. That's a tool.
Having much luck. That's a fun ramp. Wasn't there like one?
Oh.
I guess we already got that one.
I think I burned some soup after that. Salt? Someone's got back chips? Okay, I want to unpin everything. It's kind of annoying how many times you have to click through every component to make the hacking tool, though.
Yeah, it takes a while.
I wish there was an easier way to just a section for it where you could just instantly click everything on one screen and be like, okay, here's this. I gotta like flip between tabs and shit. It's very annoying. But we got one. I'm ready to use it, but I'll wait to use it on any door until we're all together to see it.
Yeah.
How's my stats doing? Okay, I need to use the bathroom. I could use some food. I need to re-up my soup. Got my soup bonus.
I guess it's not the end of the world if we want to start opening stuff up with the one that we have. Yeah, actually, we should gather up and just start.
Yeah, but I want to like even like something like opening that door if there's funny dialogue. I want everyone to be there. You know? I don't know. I don't know what the rules are.
At the very least.
What'd you say, JD?
We should group up at the very least.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
First up, I just need to recover. My body is...
I'm at base. I'm waiting for
my body is
to
slammed.
gather, and we can...
Maybe I should just... I'll take a syringe. One of JD's famous syringes.
Yes.
Oh! Oh, that's so thick! Why'd it go in like that? I don't like that at all. At least I'm healing.
Wipe off.
Oh wow, my shit got busted up. I gotta do some repairs. Okay, mainly just my club, my funny club. All right, well I'm good. My body's recovering. What's the plan? Because I got a cool little hacking machine.
I guess we can just start heading upstairs and opening stuff.
Well,
up.
first things first. Let's fucking invade our buddy here. Steal all his treasure. Oh wait, let me get soup. Sorry.
Weapons very quickly.
Yeah, I need to get soup too. I'm gonna get the new soup I made. We got pea soup.
Oh hell yeah!
Someone everybody come get y'all soup.
Got some...
Don't forget we got a fridge just chock full of meat. Hold on, Mama knows best. I need to look at y'all. Okay, you're good. Oh, if I get more first aid, I can just see everyone's stuff.
Fun. I do kind of wish there were more like perks for some of the skills, and I wish that like I don't know, some of them are a little reliant on playing with other people.
Yeah, that's true. I need to try sneaking more. I want to build up stealth.
Me too. Sneaking is very useful.
I want to at least build it up to the point where I can get like the stealth attack, you know?
Yeah.
Everybody ready for the expedition?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
I may
Did I make some
soon need the
splints?
facility.
Take a shit now! How dare you? Sorry, what'd you say? What'd you say?
I'm gonna make a couple splints. Just
Oh
so
yeah, there's a few in there already. Or a couple.
Oh, and the medical.
Yeah.
All right.
Should we bring iodine?
I don't know if we'll need it. I don't think we're planning on going. I mean, while we're out, should we make a trip to the portal? Like,
I don't know what we're going to find, so...
true, but I mean, most of these doors look like they just got items behind them.
Yeah, but I mean, we did make this so that we could go to Silo 3.
I'm gonna bring iodine.
Okay.
Yeah, might as well.
Alright,
I'm gonna stock up on medical stuff.
You got enough for all of us?
Alright, let's hit up.
Alright, well, first things first, let's hit up this guy and see.
The science team.
Alright, we're our first hack. Here we go.
Oh, I didn't even notice this on my, on my playthrough. That's wild.
I'm hacking. Hacker man! Kick
Wait, can
it won't budge. We can't get in there. We can't get at him.
Oh, hang on. Bobblehead.
Bobblehead? Oh my god. Gate defense team bobblehead? I'm packaging
Do we
this.
wanna get him?
We're taking this.
Hell yeah.
Ammo? Busted up computer? I will scrap that.
Hell yeah.
Desk with drawers? Oh, we can open the drawers. Okay. Anything else in here?
Sorry, just flicking the light switch.
Alright.
Hey, if it really turns out we can't get to any of these stocks, that sucks.
He's got nachos in there. I'm
He has
just realizing.
so much food.
Well, that's for him, you know.
He has guns, he has ammo. Let us in.
Guns would be nice. All right, what's our next locked door? I don't remember where they all are.
Let's I know there's one in like floor 2, like this area.
Yeah, let's look around, see what we find.
This way.
Oh wait, yeah, there's like one back here or something, right?
No.
Or is it the other?
Well, yeah, I mean this way. This one.
Yeah, here we go. Can you see me like typing on my thing when I do this?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Okay.
We got cube. We got not cube game. What am I saying? We got pipes.
Let's see.
We got culprits.
Executive chair.
Yeah.
I failed to take it.
Nice area here.
Do we need another standing lamp?
Dr. Derek Mann's
No, we're
reporting.
good. I mean, unless someone.
Although it remains essentially hostile, these peccary can be taught to respond to basic commands, as Dr. Manbanco has demonstrated so performatively, as its biosystems work much more swiftly here.
Oh, wait, Kara, you
It
go with the
learns extremely rapidly.
What?
Many on the executive committee will want a weapon, I'm sure.
I climbed up.
Their imagination reaches
Oh,
no
wait,
further.
wait a second.
But if we can just weed the aggression out, the peccary would make an extraordinary work beast. Our world has enough.
Wait, where's Shady?
Oh.
Shady?
Instruction.
I was listening to the audio thing.
Oh.
I'm right by
Sorry,
Kara.
I cannot see you for a second. I don't know why.
Damn it! I'm not getting the
What's that
chairs.
changed?
Okay. And then trying to think of other ones.
So we can definitely tame the dogs. We just need to find out how.
Yeah. Yo, we got a warning sign now.
Do we want
This
to go
seems like a
the
decent
elevator
place to
to
like
Silo
set
3?
up.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Do you want to take the elevator to Silo 3?
Sure. Whoa! Hey, there's a bunch of shit in here.
Oh?
Can someone? Oh, hold on. Can someone grab this paper? I'm full. I was trying to take some of these executive desks.
We can always come back to those.
We can.
Usually just have like wood.
All right, where we going now?
I was thinking of taking the elevator up to Silo 3.
Okay.
Because I don't know if there are many.
Now I am like my inventory is full though, so I don't know if we want to.
Okay.
We should maybe just look for more doors that we couldn't open before. I think.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hang on, let me. Got him.
What's getting here?
Are we going through here?
I actually don't know how to get through there.
Yeah, well, that must be like way later. Like it loops around.
Yeah, there's a tram there, so I'm assuming it's later on.
Let's keep running around. Fuck yeah, I'm getting all of these guys. Ooh, he dodged. Fuck yeah. Got him.
Is there anything on...
Oh, I see
here's
one.
Hang on. Yep.
me get him.
Nice.
This game is so fun. I almost ran headfirst into a
Oh, that's
laser.
class 2. Oh, that's class 2, huh? Okay, I have to come back here on my, my other save.
There might be something this way. I kind of forgot about this area.
Ah.
Oh no, this is just here.
Yeah, it's just the same.
I don't know, if we climbed up here? Oh, never mind. That's not a climbing spot. Oh. Carbuncle. Can someone want to harvest this carbuncle? Also got some more scraps over here. I got some stuff over here if anyone wants to pick it up.
Yeah.
I get a carbuncle right over here.
Oh, yep.
Oh.
Oh, shut.
I'm gonna sneak. I'm gonna sneak. I don't know how you gain stealth experience, actually.
I think it's by sneaking up on enemies and attacking them.
Okay.
I don't know if you have to attack them, but yeah, you just need to stealth around enemies.
Like, really close to them?
Just stealthing your... You get a little bit from...
Man, the spear is great once you can throw it. Fuck. I'm bleeding. I'm okay though. I like my spear.
Yeah, my weapon's almost down. We might want to head back and
Yeah, we should store this stuff.
store stuff, yeah.
I feel like there's an obvious one that we haven't gone to yet.
I mean, if we see it, we'll get it. But it might just be on like the way around. Or oh wait, maybe it's down that that big like ramp area that we opened up. You know? Oh my god, this couch is nice. This would be such a nice couch to take. There's something here.
Robots respawned, I just noticed.
Oh, nice. You can hunt some more. What is this? Oh, it's the tram thing. God, this place is big.
This is Dr. Derek Mance. One of the most interesting aspects of the 173's life cycle is how rapidly it evolves. The high-energy conditions of our universe compared
Water!
to
We got water over here.
the of Antiverse 2 appear to accelerate their growth immensely. It's
We got another water cooler over here if someone wants to grab it. It's full.
So quickly. The explosion of antiverse flora in reactors was far from an isolated event. It goes to the very nature of life in that realm.
Alright. Oh. Bathroom.
I definitely feel like there was another one around this area. But maybe
JD, can you grab one more thing for me, please? Can you please grab this painting? I want us to have it. Oh. Let's hurry back.
Shit, we got portals.
Let's hurry
Portal
back.
9.
I don't know which way back is. I'm trying to race back and remember how to get there.
Gotcha. I am baiting a robot into one of the traps.
Doing what to a robot?
I'm baiting it into one of our traps.
Can we only use the slushy machine the one time? Yeah, I snuck up behind a monster and just stabbed it and I didn't get anything, but maybe it's because it was a small one. Can you only get stealth experience off bigger monsters?
Yeah, it also needs to, like, not see you before you land the hit. It's a little finicky.
I stabbed it from the back.
Were you crouched?
I was very crouched, yeah.
Huh. Weird.
Where should this guy go? Alright, gamers, I think it's bedtime. Alright, we're gonna charge my vacuum real fast.
It's only 6 o'clock.
Yeah, we gotta get.
Oh yeah, shit.
Right now
Huh.
before we go to bed.
I'm gonna bait another robot over.
Nice.
I think JD should get the next hacker personally.
Yeah. All the gear's looking good. Ah, still not enough magazines. Hey, pea soup increases your sprint and stealth experience.
That's rather silly.
Just put spring in your step. I'm gonna sneak around the robot and see what happens. Never mind, it died. Don't forget those sodas.
My inventory is full.
I'll get them. That's free drinky. Can't just leave that on the rotten floor. Where the dogs live.
Go pick up that painting that you wanted. I dropped it.
Where?
So I could pick up the CPU.
Where'd you put it? Over here?
Will we just kill that thing? Yeah.
I need the painting. I need the painting. Painting? Oh my god. Painting. Beautiful painting. Beautiful art. Yes, 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 yes. Hell yeah, look at that! Chat, what do you think? How's this room looking? We've really got a nice little home here. We got soups, we got a little bobblehead. Hey, this is a good-ass room. I want to level up the sneak. What are you saying?
I feel like there's normally a robot around here.
Oh, we killed it.
I'm trying to figure out where his spawning spot is.
Have a delicious soda. And don't worry.
That's fair. I could.
I could eat more. I'm gonna get some meat out of the fridge.
Nice.
Stick some of these sodas in there.
Metal. And repair my spear and my hammer. And put the metal back.
We might want to break down some of those backpacks. Make sure I got a bandage on me. Split stack. Just one. There we go, that's good. That's good inventory.
Hey, JD, before I start working on this, are you making a hacking kit for yourself?
I was looking at the stuff to make one. Should I go ahead and do that?
I'll get you one.
Why is this seat blocked?
Or should we have another... Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you can just do it. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm saying I should. No, you can just.
There we go. Now chill.
I guess technically I get the XP if I do it.
Yeah, you should do it. And then tomorrow we should be able to get enough to make me one, potentially.
Oh, my broken body.
Sad.
It's gotta recover. My limbs are in such a state.
Leave syringes if you want to infect here. I'll just,
Where do we go? Huh?
I have acquired a hacking device.
I inject you.
Fuck yeah. Hey, what's Employee of the Week? Is that like, do y'all have that too, or do only I have that?
That is your armor bonus.
Oh!
Yeah. So it's a makeshift armor bonus.
Okay, cool. Oh, I see, set
Hacky, but
bonus.
nothing's happening.
Alright.
Makeshift. Okay, that's cool.
We did get invented, by the way.
Let's do it. Close the doors. Let's shut the doors and the things, just so we don't get fucking attacked.
We're on the side of our bedroom this time.
If we can close this one, we should be fine.
You know, let's be safe and precautious.
I'm just gonna quickly, hold on one sec.
By the way, I put the bobblehead by the soup.
Awesome.
And we got art on the wall now. This room is coming together.
Need to watch over our soup. Okay, now we just gotta wait for the actual night to come. Bum.
I saw there's an upgrade for the table that just prevents these from happening.
Yeah, or at least it limits them to outside of its area. That requires stuff that we do not have access to yet. That
Yeah.
requires stuff that I've not seen in my other playthroughs, so, smiles. I feel like even if I'm just resting, like, to pass time, I still try and do the game properly.
Yeah.
You gotta jump over little guys.
You
or else you're
gotta.
not even playing.
Then you get to sit there and just look at the darkness in front of you.
Yeah.
I hope you can, like, we can put clocks on the walls or something at some point.
That'd be cute.
Just to keep track of the time. Alright.
Yeah.
So what are we doing today? What's the plan?
No, it's still night. It became night.
Oh, right.
That was, yeah, we went bed a little early, huh?
Yeah. So when we get out, there's gonna be a bunch of little guys attacking all our shit, so get your vacuums out.
All basic preparations will be reset.
They should let you customize the sleep scientist.
That'd be awesome.
Reset complete.
Okay, so portal world resurface and reset, so we can get more for sweet if we need to.
Hey, why is the minigame still going?
Too sleepy.
It's still night.
Yeah, but usually it only goes for as long as, like, I need sleep, not...
You need a lot of sleep tonight.
Yeah, normally it, for me, normally it goes as long as I'm sleeping.
Oh.
No, yeah, for me it's
That's
just...
day.
Cover too sleep. Alright.
Okay, let's kill these things.
Oh, I'm back now. Am I back? Let me get my vacuum.
Okay, good job. You're feeling normal again.
Nice. Alright, so what are we doing?
I'd like to see if the robot's respawn.
Hey, there's a
hang
robot
on.
right here.
Hi. Hey, robot. He's gonna die. He's not gonna last very long. Yeah, no. Okay, here's one CPU.
Hey, can you fix up the Chopinator over here? One of the little fucking guys just smashed it to pieces.
Yeah, I can get that back.
Attention, this sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain in place and wait for security assistance.
Another one, two.
We have acquired potatoes.
Fuck yeah. Where'd you
Oh,
get,
hell yeah.
Where'd you get the
Potatoes are
seeds?
awesome. We should definitely plant those.
How'd you get the seeds?
They're tubers.
Or whatever.
Yeah. I don't remember. I just found a potato in the box somehow.
Nice. So where are we going now? Are we going up to the elevator and?
I would like to deal with. There's like 2 robots who should respawn. I'd like to kill them, and then we can do whatever.
Okay. Do you know where they are? Can I start going after one?
Yeah, I'm getting them. Or actually, honestly, I've already done this stuff. If y'all want to just go,
I mean, it'd be good for us all to have a hacking device, right? Like.
This is true.
We should each have one.
The other robot is in data farm. If y'all want to help out.
I'll go get it.
I'm currently eating and pooping and all that stuff, so I'll join y'all in a moment.
The opposite side I need to be on.
I'm glad that we have functional toilets here.
It really sucked if there's some Project Zomboid thing and like the thing runs out eventually. I almost walked directly into a spinning blade and cut myself in half.
Now, do we want to ever move our setup, or do we want to just like stay where we're posted?
Oh, I mean, eventually, but I don't see any need to move it yet. Like, we have the starting area is clearly made for you to build in it and set up in it. Like, it's secured on like a whole side, you know?
Yeah, there's also, I think what's great about the starting area is it loops into a lot of stuff that like there's the tram and all that.
Yeah, like until we like find an area that isn't just like next door, I think we're not going to need to move. Or until we find an area that's just so cool we just have to move in. But that hasn't really happened yet.
I did move once in my single player playthrough, but I don't think the area that I picked is necessarily better than the one that we have. It was just kind of I wanted to be somewhere special.
I locked it in there. Along with everyone else.
I'm really curious what Alice talks about when she says she left it in there.
I bet it's like,
don't know.
I bet it's this game's equivalent of the Behemoth.
Perhaps.
Like that thing that you see.
It's a version of the big like flamethrower thing from Half-Life 1, so.
Yeah, I mean that's the Behemoth, right?
It had a demo thing.
Oh, the data farm is full of 100 dogs who I just ran into them.
I'm heading to the data farm. You alright, Kara?
Could be better. I wanted to sneak around and now I'm fighting 2 dogs at once and it's bad.
I see. Well, I'm yelling about.
Sorry, I lied. It's 3 fucking dogs. I'm getting out of here. Oh, hello, Ed. Okay, I found a spot where they can't hit me and I can hit them.
Good.
Okay, well, y'all, well, what do I do? What do I...
They're all dead. They're all dead. Oh. I found the robot thing and there's no robot in it. Over in the data
That's
farm.
probably one we killed.
Unless there's another one in the data farm.
Caro, I killed that one.
Oh, okay. Like just now?
Yeah, while you were shuffling around.
Let's see if we can see. Look at that. That's real meat, fresh. Stealth is almost impossible in this game. At least until you've gotten like some levels in it.
It's feasible. You just have to get a certain skill. Right, so what does this take? What's it?
I got goods.
Hack. So I need 3 computation for extra fire.
Fuck. So bad at turlet.
Oh god, I have to use so much tech scrap for these circuit boards. That's not good. Okay. And then...
Chad, how are y'all doing?
Hack.
Whoa, all of our basic materials are gone.
Wait, what do you mean?
There's like nothing in... Oh, that's basic materials too, I see.
Yes, I made a second one.
Smart.
Okay, I got a hacking thing.
Alright, let's go, well, I'm gonna take a syringe, real quick.
Yeah, I'll take a syringe with me, actually. That's a good idea.
And I will just
Yeah.
take a syringe as well, and I'll take one of these, take one of these.
Alright.
Let me get more soup.
So that I can get a new fresh pot.
Got pea soup, tomato soup. Give me
I'll take
more
more
pea
tomato
soup.
soup. Alright, we good to go?
Hang on, just want to repair my spear.
Alrighty. Nope. Shit. Doggy. Oh no. Nice.
Dude, where'd that metal go?
I saved you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this one looks slightly different, doesn't it? Well, maybe
know.
not.
Alright.
Maybe it's just the angle.
I'm all kitted
It
out.
looked a bit more green to me.
Yeah, well I guess...
Where are we dropping?
Do we want to go to...
Let's do it. I'm geared up. I'm ready. I think all
Yeah,
let me double check my armor. It's fine. Chest plate's taking a beating, but it'll be fine.
Does anyone need
Anyway.
to poop?
This is the safest way to floor through.
Nope, I am totally good. All my stuff's good.
Oh, did we hit Is there a happen thing here? I feel like there might be.
I think there.
Oh yeah, there is.
The ramp thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
What's that?
Oh, there's magazines in here.
Okay.
Look at this. There's all these lockers.
Oh shit! This is a lot.
Oh, JD, you're roboting. I'm getting cash. Anyone else getting cold hard cash?
A lot of money. Money. There's a lead vest here if anyone wants that.
Let's bring it back. That's useful.
It's a little heavy, but
We got some water. Come out. Someone come have a drink or wash
Some
yourself.
water?
Whatever you choose.
what's this? Oh hell yeah. What's that?
You gonna find anything really cool?
Don't forget that we can come back and like break down these benches too if we need to.
Yeah.
Oh, we can open
Hey,
the
there's a
shop.
security backpack here.
How do we open the door?
I got a security backpack now.
Oh, we need a controller.
Check it out. Check out what I found in there.
Just a
Oh, nice.
regular ass
Cool.
controller. Hey, we can probably just make a fucking workbench like right here.
We could, but I don't know if we have the materials. Doesn't a controller require a robot CPU?
Oh yeah, I think it does.
Yeah, so we'll have to build another robot.
Well, I'm sucking up these printers and
Do
machines.
you have any idea what's going on? Oh, have you only got blue clearance too? I've been hiding here since those goons attacked that poor technician down
Where are
there.
y'all?
Is he even still breathing? I come
top,
here to
top,
look.
top. It's
Something's
done.
happened to the perforation system.
Oh.
The portals have gone haywire, but that shouldn't be able to happen. I wish I knew what was happening in labs right now.
Beautiful hair. Yeah! Son of a bitch.
Hey, don't
Make him pay.
Don't hurt Dr. Stewart.
Dr. Stewart, Dr. Stewart.
There's another. Isn't there like yeah, there's another door here. If we want to open this.
Hey, I'm my inventory's full. Someone wants to suck up the rest of these computers.
Okay. Oh shit! Hang on. I need y'all to come over here.
What we
Who
got?
wants a gun?
I would love a gun. JD's got the crossbow and has the stats, but I would love a fucking gun. I would love a projectile weapon, and I don't feel.
I think JD just took it.
JD, did you just take the gun? Thank you.
I wanted to see how long it would take for you to notice.
Here, I'll drop some more stuff that I can't carry. Oh, give me the...
That lid somewhere. I'll leave that alone for now.
I got some ammo too.
Thank you. So this is what it means to have a gun. Although, if I have throwing... Oh, we'll all eventually get guns, probably, right?
Yeah, guns are. There are guns.
Alright, let me just see now. Wow, my aim is shaky. Let me just try.
Yeah, that's something I really like about this game. Your aim sucks when you first pick up a gun.
Okay, how many times did I hit it? Do I have the switch here, or... Could you see how many...
Oh, ow.
Sorry.
I think I hit it twice, so 2 out of 3 ain't too bad.
Good. Yeah.
That's my practice, though. I'm not gonna waste any more.
There's something here, too. If we want to go down this way.
I absolutely do. Although, should I go back and... I mean, I guess... Oh, it
just
takes
leads
us
back
here.
this way. Cool.
Hey, cool. Wow.
Yeah, we should probably dump some of this stuff. Ooh,
Let's go dump.
My leg. I'm thinking we go back and dump the stuff, then we do one more run up to Silo 3.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. That sounds like the plan for me.
Alright, I'm in fact to drop stuff off.
Can't tell if I'm going the right way or not. No, this is forward, I think.
I think technically it loops back around, but yeah.
You want old Uncle Damien to put some lead in your son?
Do you have something to orient yourself on?
Having a gun is so cool.
Ah, fuck.
Having a gun is so fucking cool, even if I already have other things that I can use. Oh, I can't wait. I'm gonna be the coolest scientist in the damn world. go. More water. Look at this. Fucking ridiculous.
Alright.
Am I forgetting? Oh. Screwdrivers, right. Put these away. Alrighty. I got all that put away.
Alright, how you feeling?
Oh wait, hang on. Let me grab my bullets.
Oh yeah, get your bullets. Take all the bullets.
We encounter a new monster. I can light it up.
Awesome.
Let me
I love
over!
having you say that and listening, and then watching you try and struggle to get up.
I can't wait until I'm strong enough to climb a rope.
I'm
Alright.
tired. I'm gonna sleep really quick.
Do I need to sleep? I'm good, but if you're doing it, I'll do it.
Sleeping's fast. I'll be one sec. I just gotta remove the tired status.
What's up? Are we sleeping?
I'm sleeping to remove my tiredness, not to accelerate time. There we go. Okay. Good to go.
Normal human dialogue.
Yeah.
I put all the screwdrivers away. Whoops, hang on. Gotta have one screwdriver on me. For luck. Alright. Let's move out. If I could...
Let's move out, squad.
There we go. You lead the way. JD, you out here?
I'm
Oh yeah, JD's right behind.
Cool.
Cool.
I've never seen a creature like that before. Thank you for saving my life.
Okay.
Maybe probably should. Well, I guess we don't have any more of that.
Oh wait, yeah, I want to try sneaking for once.
Yeah. Oops, did not mean to drop that.
I'm getting experience. I'm just gonna... Hang on.
I'm in
Shoot it, yeah,
combat.
I don't need to shoot it yet. Okay, so yeah, sneaking near them definitely does give you stuff.
Yeah.
I got a little bit of experience.
Oh, hang on, sorry. There we go.
Not a lot, though.
I accidentally double pressed it. Okay. Then we want to go up this way.
Yeah, I need some water to splash all over myself.
And then this way. Careful on the water. Oh, this water's fine if you want to use this to... It's tainted water, you can use water.
I love Half-Life. I love Half-Life electric water.
There's also clean water here.
Oh, let's take that. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this.
Hell yeah.
Hey, I have a little question, Kara.
Yeah?
Can you interact with the creature in my vacuum?
Like hit it?
Like, does it give you a prompt?
It doesn't give me a prompt or anything, no.
I wonder if maybe if we caught one this way, we could like give it food.
No, I think there's a special... I found an email about like a special box you can trap them in.
Okay. I believe we want to go this way. Yep, right here. Yeah, let's try and stealth.
Sorry, there's so much material here I could take. I can't help myself.
I'm gonna let you get as much as you can, and then I can get anything that you can carry.
Okay. I will give y'all one recommendation. You're gonna want to be light on your feet in this next area.
Okay, I'm literally... Does someone want to take the water tank off of me then?
I can take it.
What? That means somebody else would be.
Well, not if they're not
but
carrying much.
I'm fine. I got pretty good strength. Okay.
Time to hack?
Y'all ready?
Alright, let me get my gun. We got anything else, like a shortcut to open up here? Anything cool? Okay, no, we've been in there. Alright.
Can I do it?
Here we go. You know what? You do it. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, JD, you can put that in your... There's like a slot for it.
Oh, fuck!
But then I don't get to see the funny animation.
There's a guy!
No, you do. Your character takes it out. Oh, where'd he go? Oh,
We're being attacked by the Splorbus.
I dropped my spear.
We got him.
Eat him.
Cut him up! Cut him up!
Yay.
Raw Exor heart. Hey, Lucy! Got the dog coming in here. Come on! Get on your bed.
Oh, hell yeah. Dog moment.
I don't know if she wants to get on her bed because there's a cat on it, though.
I think we technically saw those guys in the other dimension.
Oh yeah, we fought those guys in the... Well, that might have been a higher level one, but we fought Exors before. Some type.
We fought one in Antiverse 2. Nope. Oh, hey, 2 power stations.
What's this? A lot of good stuff lying around here.
Yeah, lead vest, basic backpack.
I'm gonna go ahead and charge my vacuum.
Scientist! Do not reignite the rift. There are abominations within. My brethren crossed over to seal your folly. Is the cost of your knowledge not already clear? If you will not stop yourself, we will.
Dying.
Me when I'm dying.
Me when I'm dying.
No!
Maybe when I'm implicating.
How dare you!
There's a staircase over here if we want to.
I can't. I fucking. That's tier. You can't imprecate on Twitch. He's gonna get me banned. Power cell, core, wear protection,
There's a hacking thing here, but I'll wait until we're all ready to
Flat
do
Hill
that.
CCU, unsafe, containment failure, GK aborted, cover intact, power cells times 3 into. I don't know what's going on with any of this. Oh, this looks important. This looks very important. So I'm not gonna hit that until we're all ready.
Hell yeah.
Is someone downstairs? What are y'all found something
Yeah,
down
we're
there?
downstairs. There's a hazmat suit that JD has on now.
Oh shit. Are there more that we can all share?
No, there's only one.
Oh fuck, I want a hazmat suit. Look at you!
Take one of the iodine.
Well, I think JD's gonna be the one going in here, right? Oh wait, there's a terminal. Hold on.
Oh yeah.
Power cell testing. Jim, I'm concerned we haven't field tested the power cell sufficiently. I told Anderson about that. It's weird we're relying on Salt to keep Flat Hill in check. They've been tested. Containment systems, weaponry, even some of the personal transport prototypes. And please, they're sodium-based accumulators derived from our research into A2, not Salt. Fuel cells are not the issue here, if you get my drift. Pests! Kathy, after studying IS-0173's internal structure, I'm coming around to your theory. It shows clear morphic continuity with IS-0171. I agree, we're looking at a more complicated life cycle than we thought. I was talking to Dr. Tengku. She suggested the low entropy of A2 could theoretically encourage metamorphic life cycles. They're more energy efficient. Yes, that would also explain why anything from A2 proliferates so rapidly here. There's so much available energy. Their metabolic rates must skyrocket. Exactly, they're probably starving. You got a picture. That's just the little guy. Tidy up! Can we get some gosh dang organization down in manufacturing? It's amazing we get anything done. I went down to see Varsha yesterday, and I was tripping over crates on every walkway, which are very much not up to even the basic safety standards. I know we don't answer to OSHA, but we'll be answering to Keystone if we have an accident down there. It's a work in progress to try to keep your tie from getting stuck in one of the machines, okay? Fucking got him. Alright. So what's the plan? Should we all take iodine and go through, or...?
Yeah, why the hell not?
Alright.
Someone activate this?
I will, once everyone's here. JD? JD, you coming over here?
This could be a big problem.
Okay, you know what? Actually, hang on.
Doing, science?
Hang on. Does someone want to take some of the little items I have? Help me free up some space.
I mean...
It's just,
let me see what I got.
If someone's got room to pick up the materials, because I want to take my makeshift...
Yeah, I can nab it.
I want to have my makeshift vest on me, but I want to have this lead vest that was on the table, you know?
Gotcha.
I'm already a little irradiated.
Alright.
Alright, we all ready?
Let's hit it.
Alright.
You know what to do, Golden.
What's this gonna do over there?
Activate the portal.
Oh, okay. I forget why. So there's just power cells in here then.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's go downstairs, I guess.
Yeah.
And take our iodine before we even open this gate, I guess.
Yeah, I'm iodined up.
Stow your gear, leave personal effects in lockers. That could be a good strategy, but I've got 3 spots open. You think that'll be fine, or should I store some stuff? I mean, a lot of this is junk, so I'll just kind of store it for now.
Yeah, I can carry any junk stuff.
All right, I've stored a bunch of stuff. I'll store the XOR hard as well.
Carry that much anyway.
I'll store what I can stack, or I'll take what I can stack.
All right, I'll put the TV in here as well. It's pretty heavy. All right, I'm ready to take my iodine. I've lightened up. I got my lead vest on. Let's keep going. You're about to venture out of the facility for a while. You'll be able to return through a return portal, but you may want to do a little preparation, like bringing some food and ensuring you're well rested. If you die in a portal world, you can choose to respawn at the portal world entrance or at another point in the facility.
I'm actually gonna put stuff in lockers.
Yeah, I'll do that too. I'll just bring my, like, gear. Let me get my locker. Oh, these are all have limited space.
Just fill up the lockers and then come back.
Yeah, I'll keep my armor here. Screwdriver, I'll keep just in case. Okay, I think I've got what I need to have. Everyone got soup and stuff? We all good?
Yeah, I'm all souped up.
Alright. I'll wait for y'all, then I'll take my first step in.
We're taking low rats right now.
Let's go. Oh, this is already not what I expected. This is very interesting. Okay.
We're on content warning.
This really is just like... Okay, see, when I saw this stuff in the screenshots, I was like, okay, you'll at some point be on, like, the surface level, running around, like, a fenced-off area. No, this is, like, another world, I guess? Or...
No radiation here.
No radiation? Okay. It's a flashlight, but I think we're...
Except on me.
Oh my god. I almost smashed my body.
Yeah, these ladders are dangerous. No,
oh my god, come
no.
on. What is this? Can we break through in here? Can we like rip these off with a hammer?
We can take the welcome rug.
Fuck yeah, take that. This is very cool.
This is so fucking cryo-feel.
Warning, keep out! My rights begin where the sign ends!
Same thing.
Oh yeah.
Can we drive this? No. Funding?
I really thought the truck was going to be drivable.
Is that Siren Head? No, that's just like a weird thing. On the upper right of the board.
Oh yeah.
It could just be a guy.
Just be a guy. You're totally right. Hydrochloric acid. I don't know if we should even be grabbing much of this. I don't know. Bounty basket?
I feel like we should just grab stuff that we haven't seen before, or stuff that's...
Yeah. Oh, hey! I found a guy! There's a body here.
This is a portal world, so it regenerates.
He's got an MRE. So we do have food here.
Oh, yeah. Huh. Let's get all the salt.
Oh, yeah, salt's good. Anything that's like...
Chemicals and stuff that are fairly uncommon.
Like hydrochloric acid we're fine on, right? I don't need to grab that every time I see it. There's some on the shelf.
I don't know, actually.
What's that?
Power's down. That doesn't really affect us.
Yeah, we're not in the facility. This is very cool. Wait, what?
Exit here.
What'd you find?
Just more... another way through.
Okay, hang on. Let me grab the acid from the garage real quick. If no one else did. Oh, someone else got it. Okay. I should put the gun away. I should save that for, like, a strong guy.
Please only.
Telephone booth. The white and yellow pages?
Yellow pages.
Yo, they got both? I can look up businesses and residentials?
What is this alien technology?
Ice cream. There's ice cream in here.
Fuck yeah, take it all. Roleplay. Time for RP.
Hell yeah.
What flavor do you want? I have salt.
I want a quadrillion scoop. I want a 650 million thousand
more salt.
Please.
Hang on. Getting a lot of salt here, that's nice. We don't have ice cream anymore. Get out of here.
I could use a 256,000 scoop ice cream.
Oh, this is making me think of a zombie master level.
What's the door?
Are they saltable ice cream?
9 mil ammo.
Oh yeah, I'll take that. Pipes in the wall. Computers, but I've already got enough computer stuff.
Another flash.
New painting?
Sorry, I want that later.
New painting.
We got water over here, and we could wash. We could wash up.
I drink it. Or drink some of it.
This is crazy. This is not what I expected from this game. Executive chair, I'm gonna try it.
Like you take more of the signage.
Yes, I got an executive chair. Alright, we going in?
Metal scrap. Yeah, might as well. Okay.
Whoa, is this a movie place? Oh, but we can't, they're not like...
At last you are here.
Hey y'all?
Yeah?
Marion.
You want out? Of course you want out. Like them, the giants. You are trapped here. But shut down the devices. Your devices. Remove the power cells. 1, 2, 3. You'll have your way out. But what then? When you've opened your door, what then? Hey?
Hey, there's a guy outside. And I think he's... Or I guess he's wearing armor? I assume he's
This guy is wearing armor. That guy is a guy.
That guy's a guy. At first I was like, is he turning into them, or is he... I guess he's hunted them and is...
I think this guy
No,
killed
I think
one
this
and
guy's
was like,
turning into them.
Your people would not open the way.
Look at him. He's like gunked.
The Crusaders thought.
Yeah, but there's like a guy
So
inside.
there's no one.
Yeah, I don't...
Yeah,
I can't... I think he might be... He might have just killed one and made armor.
I think he's just throwing like Morrowind.
Oh no, we can't get to it yet.
You can go this way.
Okay, well that's a guy I've definitely seen from like the screenshots and stuff. Oh yeah, he's living here. He's got like a cot and everything.
Huh.
All the movies he can watch. Oh yo, there's money here. I just got $3.
He's gunked in the head.
Email terminal. What do we got? Another hazmat suit.
Hi Jim, what's the operating lifespan
yeah, I'd
of
love
the
that.
Flat Hill containment system? How long do the power cells last?
Here, you want? Oh, you have a lead test.
Don't worry about it. The
You might
high
as well put
density
that on.
sodium cells, good for at least a month, but I'd wait till longer. Plenty of redundancy in the containment systems. You have to pull out all three to reopen the gateway. Access to the rooftops is restricted, and anyway, no one would be crazy or stupid enough to do that.
It'll make me thirsty faster, but I've got all this delicious soup, so it's okay. I wanna get this added to my log. So this place is called Flat Hill, or Flat Hill.
Yeah, which is kind of a contradictory, self-contradictory name.
Hold on, I gotta get a blanket on me. I'm fucking freezing. I'm gonna turn into a fucking popsicle, or whatever they say in this game.
It's positively Siberian.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's Siberian. Chat, what do y'all think of Flat Hill?
And being warned that some entities cannot be killed by your weaponry and should be avoided at all costs.
Oh, okay. Don't know what the fuck he did then. Let's just sneak this. This is a good time to practice our stealth. Yeah,
I say as if I haven't done this bit before.
No.
Oh, he's coming.
What if we shot him as like a
It would be so fucking easy. Do they hear us when we talk?
Oh no, he's moving. Go, 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 go.
Who ripped this fat vape in Silent Hill? I need to find my wife.
Hi Groot, thank you for the sub. Oh my god. Do they hear us when we talk? I can't tell still.
I don't know. I don't know.
They might have. I feel like we were all perfectly hidden. Oh, there's another one. There's another one.
It's possibly saw me because I wasn't as close to the thing as y'all were.
Let's go in here. In the bathroom. In the bathroom. In the bathroom. GD and I are in a bathroom. Oh! Oh! This.
Okay, he's trying to get me.
This game rules. I've never seen a game where a giant enemy can actually like reach into something like they obviously could try to do.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Hey, buddy.
Alright,
I'm running towards y'all. I think I know where y'all are.
Okay, is it safe out that
You're in,
way?
like the public restroom.
This is legitimately really cool. I feel like I'm in the mist.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good.
This is awesome. This is such a good game.
Alright, so I'm gonna be a little slow, because I did just pick up a magazine stand.
Fuck yes. Hey! You wanna get in here? We've got a...
All being followed.
Oh! Get in, get in, get in, get in, get in!
Get in, get in, get in. Can someone take the water thing? Water cooler?
I'm already almost heavy.
Okay.
Fuck.
Thank you.
Get out of here. Oh, that... he didn't care at all. Not even... If I get him in the face. Oh, I'm wasting bullets here.
Oh, he sure is reaching in there. Holy shit, I've never seen him do that before.
You've never seen them do
That's
that?
crazy. Yeah.
We were screaming about that. There's a reloading stat? Wait, what's this? Flat Hill, Harmonia, Fige. I don't know what that means. Here, get in the stalls. The stalls should be safe. The stalls should be far enough.
Okay, well, I think they've lost tracks if they want to start moving.
Sorry, I need to check my stuff. Okay, I'm good. Which way? In here, in here. Let's go in here.
Okay.
This place will be totally safe. And I bet it connects to something. Okay, this part's just empty. Let's keep going. Let's find the children's treasure. This is like I thought it would pretty much just be, oh, you go to fake Zen. It's like, no, you go to like weird, like it really is SCP shit. Wait, I want to go up top. I'm going to the top of the slide.
Yeah. I was gonna say this, but
Oh, I don't think I can. I don't think it's letting me.
I expected this stuff to be like less cool than it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is why I was regretting playing this off stream.
Yeah, seriously.
I would have left it.
I cannot believe you got here and went, oh, I shouldn't stop.
Yeah.
I would have stopped instantly if I saw this off
Well, at this
stream.
point I was like, I don't think this game has... I didn't think this game would have anything
They've seen me. They've all seen me. I'm gonna...
Okay, just run. Just go. Magazines. Uh-oh.
Leave them alone!
This way.
Oh my god, we're in?
Yep.
New compendium data composer, is that... Oh, they can come inside!
Up here.
Of course they can, the door is huge. I've never seen a game with giant enemies actually do this, ever. Unless it was like a totally scripted story thing.
Are you okay?
I'm perfectly fine. I saw that guy climb in after y'all.
Yeah, he's in here now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take a syringe, because I'm
still outside. I think I'm seeing garage access.
Oh.
I'm gonna keep going in here and hope this guy leaves.
Alright, we're heading up towards the roof.
No, it's
I think we found something important here. Okay, it's a power cell. I'm gonna pull it out.
Yeah, one of y'all should take that. Those are...
New idea, pipe pistol. Something's happening.
We should wait for JD.
Yeah, for that.
If you want to, up to you.
Okay. JD, a portal's opened up on this roof where we took of the big building.
Yeah.
I'm kind of peeking over, looking for you. I see a guy going to the left.
I'm in the building. The guy left the building.
Good.
Awesome.
Shut the damn door. Don't let him.
Yeah, we're on the roof. Should be, I think, a red door that you're gonna want to go through.
Yellow door with in.
Or no, yellow door. Yeah, sorry, yellow doors are unlocked.
I'm leveling up my reloading. Here we go. Oh yeah, they're like really slow to reload.
Yeah, you're.
These guys are doors.
Reloading is a skill.
It is, and it's cool that it is.
You must master reloading. Okay.
All right, we gotta. So I took the thing out of that. Oh, there's something up here.
Should be a ladder, JD. Oh, there you go.
Okay. Yeah. So we took the thing out of this weird relay, which has a power socket. We could use this, but I think we should just keep going.
The email said that those 3 power cells.
Yeah, let's get them all.
Presumably we need to take all of them.
Let's go. This really like this feels the most like this feels so Half-Life, even though nothing like this is in Half-Life.
Yeah.
Like this is so I really feel like I'm like the Half-Life, the SCP, the Myst influences here. I love them all. All very strong, working together. All stuff that was inspired by each other. culminating in this. Holy shit. This is my favorite thing in this game so far.
Where's Oh god, where is it? Fuck.
I have to. Guys, we have to. We have to, right?
Come over here. Come over here.
Can someone...
I got something.
Okay, who has the most free weight? What?!
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we're taking 2 arcade machines then. Someone grab this one.
I really don't have space for it.
I don't have space either. Okay, well, I'm down to yellow now. I'm down to yellow, so I'll at least get experience from this. I cannot believe Unfortunate Spaceman is in this.
Yeah, it's awesome.
There's also the Dead Linger if someone wants to take this game.
There's also a poster for it somewhere.
There's what? Oh, there's posters.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the Unfortunate Spaceman poster.
Yeah, I don't care about the Dead Linger poster. I don't know that game. No disrespect. I'm gonna take a bathroom in this dimension.
Nacho spotted.
We have nachos here?
Get those nachos.
Alright, well at least we're like getting plenty of food and stuff here, you know?
Look, we can use the nachos to make a pest trap.
Yes.
Oh, give me that recipe right now, please. Please share it. I don't need the nachos to be shared, but I would like that recipe.
I need to resalt it, hold on.
Salt. Salt. What's in here? Just salt. Money.
Hey JD, you want me to stick you?
Yeah.
Hey, there's a huge industrial stove in here with 8 burners that are all functional.
Nice. We could cook if we needed to. I don't really have anything.
Just bring a bunch of food into here.
Oh, did we get another cell over here?
No, it's not that one.
Oh, it's already empty.
Yeah, we gotta get up to the roof. So.
This is so fun. Like having areas like this. Oh, someone get the slushies already?
Oh, where are y'all?
I'm in the kitchen. There's a slushy machine, but I'm not seeing an option to.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Maybe it's just empty.
Wait, I see it. It's like kind of finicky.
Oh yeah, let's get slushies.
Yeah,
Did you have to hit it, or what'd you do?
It's a very specific. You have to click on the button, like the red button.
Oh. Yeah, well, I want more slushies so we can make more bombs and also just have slushies.
Hell yeah.
What's the... Hold on. Slushy bomb. Okay, you can make 3 out of 1. That's plenty.
Cool.
I wonder if we could freeze these guys. To at least slow them down. But I don't think we have, we need... Does anyone have tech scraps?
No.
Okay. If we find a computer, we should get some tech scraps, because, I don't know...
Eric Mance reporting. Research Director.
Oh, he's here? Where?
IS-046 seems to sing to itself, if you could call it that, emitting a series of resonant tones suggestive of communication. The cavities that create these sounds appear to be the same cavities the creature uses to ingest anyone who comes within reach.
We got some acid and stuff in here. I don't know if anyone wants to pick it up.
Yeah.
I've got a slushy bomb now. I'm gonna. Oh, JD, you want to take the last one or second one? JD, where are you?
Wait, I said I said there's.
I was picking up the acids and stuff.
Okay, we found the next thing up on the roof. If you want to get it.
I am right with you.
Meanwhile, I'm climbing up a little higher, just
Eclipse.
poke around.
Yeah, we're waiting for you. We're waiting for you, Kara.
I'm on the roof.
Wait, where are you?
I'm on the roof.
Oh.
I'm here.
Where are you on the roof?
I was climbing up like a little higher, just
right
checking
as you
the.
walked away, he jumped down.
Oh, yeah, I was just up there, just seeing if there's anything. All right. JD, you want to take this one?
JD.
One for each of us. There it is. Keep going. Like, I'm so glad that they actually delivered on the...
Oh shit. Crouch, 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 crouch.
And maybe be quiet. Vent. Over here. It's on the other side. Shit, hold on. Sorry. I got weighed down. this is a lot.
It's this way.
I'm beginning to think that guy wasn't wearing armor at all.
Yeah, he might have gotten gunked.
You might just... Something might happen if you stay here too long. No, this is a dead end. Don't come this way.
Okay. Dead end.
I think. Let me double check. Yeah, dead end. This is no good.
I don't feel like we can jump far enough to...
We're all pretty way down. I don't...
Yeah.
But can we
Might
see
be
if
smart to try and
we can at least
try and
work
sneak
out a
around
path?
it.
Okay, let's go. While he's over there on the left. He's coming. Someone should get up top and see which way he's going. I'm moving forward. He's coming to the corner.
He's seen someone. Easy, JD. Run, JD.
I'm in.
I think I've made it somewhere. There's another one over here.
I think I see you.
I'm dead. He's eating me. He's eating me.
Oh no.
Okay, JD, remember to respawn at the portal entrance. You're gonna wanna just go back through the path that you already took.
Composer. I want to read about this guy.
This way.
IS-0064 designate composer designation Crucis AG/4 containment protocol.
Ah, shit.
You
I have
hear
a lot
me?
of shit on my body, but I still have my walkie-talkie.
Okay.
Yeah, your bag should be on the ground in here. I'm getting stealth experience by just sitting here reading. Hold on. Can y'all hear me?
Hell yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
Can you
because
hear me?
I'm reading about this guy. Okay. Containment protocol. Effective containment of non-adjusted IS-0064 specimens requires the facility be located at least 2,000 meters from any perforation phenomenon. All locations are to be equipped with perforation-suppressing fields. Backup power and fully hermetically sealed. Acoustic baffling is recommended, as the long-term effects of exposure to composer's songs are currently unknown. There's more information in the email system. Subjects appear to be constrained in their territorial movements by geomagnetic and telluric currents endemic to the local area. This process is poorly understood at present. An alternate theory proposed by Dr. Abe Stern suggests that IS-0064's exploration of the local area is limited by the conditions in its home antiverse, which now obtrude in the vicinity of Flat Hill. Evidence for this possibility is still pending. So wait. So is this a real place that is being affected by another portal that these guys come from?
I believe so.
Is that what that, like, we have a portal to an area that is being affected by another portal?
Yeah, I believe that we're in a portal. A portal just goes across our world to Flat Hill.
Okay, so this is not like a weird alternate dimension. This is a place on Earth that is being affected by an alternate dimension.
Yeah.
Fucked up. I'm gonna try sneaking across here.
It's also really interesting because, like, the fact that there are all these, like, all this machinery that's, like, set up here implies that, like, basically that Cascade was running things, governmentally in Flat Hill.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, this guy's angry and running around. I don't know why.
Yeah, they've seen me, is the problem.
Oh, they don't seem to see me up here. Which is wild.
I'll bait them. They can actually get me up here.
I don't see they can get me up here either.
The assholes.
They're fucking
Look at
pissed.
me.
See, now they're acting like some video game giants. Oh, they've seen me!
Oh crap, oh crap.
They're trying to grab me. This is bad. I gotta get over to where you are.
No, you see that door there?
Down. Are you pointing your light at it? We're, like, right behind them?
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Drop down, go behind it. Oh, I see it.
Yeah, that's where we gotta go.
Fuck.
They're coming for you. Or actually, I think they stopped. Oh wait.
It's blocked! I think they've got me. I think I'm dead.
Oh yeah, you're dead. Alright, I'm gonna try and wait here for y'all.
Portal world entrance. Okay. JD, how you doing?
I'm currently in the arcade. I'm about to go through the teleport.
That's great.
They might be a little upset when you get to them in that first area because I did just run.
That's fair. I'll try to sneak a little bit. Why don't I have my hazmat suit? Oh, I do have my hazmat suit. It just isn't affecting my vision. Oh, no, it is. Okay. I just got so used to it. Oh my god. This is so cool. I'm really surprised by how, like, I was already liking this game a lot. I'm surprised it's actually, like, cool. Tomato seeds. There's some tomato seeds in the store we missed.
I'm in the library. Where do I go?
Oh fuck! You know what I forgot? I forgot to try the slushy bomb on them.
Oh yeah.
To see if that does anything.
Wait a minute. Oh, wait. I still have a shortcut from the beginning of the thing to the end.
What do you mean?
Like, it's like very close to the intro of the...
Can I get to it outside?
Too far.
Oh, shit! Over here?
Yeah, up this ladder.
Nice. That's extremely convenient. It's a well-made video game.
Literally leads right to the store.
There's a magazine stand. Oh, never mind. It's...
Yeah, I emptied it. I've been emptying all the magazine stands because they have magazines.
Okay, what's the plan? Oh, this is the end. This was the door. I went to the wrong door. I thought it was like that door right there, and I didn't see this one.
No.
Even though this is where I thought you were pointing it originally, I just saw that door and got confused. Whew. Maybe we can open it though. No? JD, where are you? Can you do a ping? JD? Are you murdered?
I don't hear you, JD. Oh, there you are.
Backed into a colonel right now.
Do you want me to... If you ping, I'll try throwing an ice bomb at them and see if it affects them.
I think I found a path.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
The man that is Smokey, is he cool?
I don't know. What are you talking about? What?
Eclipse, did you see the man who is Smokey?
Wait,
you mean the giant guy?
It's a giant, but he's covered in smoke. Oh, he's moving.
Yeah, no, that's bad. You don't want him. I'm just gonna let him chase him.
I've injured my leg. Oh, this is bad. My fucking legs are injured. Okay, I'm trying it. That didn't do anything. Oh my god.
This way. Up here.
The experiment was a failure. Or a success.
I have a splint once you get up here.
In the sense that we know what works and doesn't.
Splint.
Okay, I've also got one, but I could use two,
Oh my god. He's reaching in here.
Couldn't you use it on me? Get some experience?
But I guess I could have.
I guess now it's my time.
It's you. We're currently under attack from a guy who will not leave us alone. We might want to move in here just so he gets off our tail.
True. It's gonna be bad for JD if he's
Oh no,
stuck right
JD
there.
died. I wonder if I can get JD to the shortcut. Hang on, you and I should crouch so this thing leaves us.
Should what?
Just like crouch, hide.
Okay. Let's loot this kitchen while we wait.
Yeah, because what I want to do is I want to try and get back to the area so that I can get JD. Okay. JD, do you have your thing on you? Your walkie-talkie.
I do.
You
Okay.
get your items?
So, don't immediately take the route that you normally take. Well, I mean, yeah, go through like the first two buildings, and then once you get onto the road,
look for like a red staircase that's surrounded by a chain link fence. Or sorry, a red ladder that's surrounded by a chain link fence.
Okay. So out of the video store... I see it.
Yeah, I'll be...
Important question. I know we're each carrying an arcade machine or something right now. Do we want a third refrigerator?
Oh, this is a really nice shortcut.
I don't think we need a third refrigerator.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Oh, hell yeah,
The two that we
my
have
bag. My bag phased through
You
the
got-
locked door.
Oh no.
No, in my favor.
Okay, good.
Flat Hill. Oh, I got data on Flat Hill now. Flat Hill, Gate Crown Control Facility. Perforation Site 0. The town of Flat Hill's position at the nexus of continent-wide telluric and geomagnetic currents made it the perfect place for Gate to commence its first perforation experiments. Their first successful portal experiment took place in 1987 with a briefly stable connection to Antiverse 1. So this is like the first thing they did. And it... So wait, so this means that not only has our facility gotten fucked up, there might be places all over the world that are bad like this right now.
Yeah.
Like it's not just Half-Life 1 is happening, it's what if Half-Life 1 happened and that caused a bunch of Black Mesas all over the world, including
They
like,
knew it could get this bad.
including small
I
towns.
I was like really tired.
Half-Life 2 happened.
Do we have beds anywhere or couches?
We could probably there's chairs. You can relax.
That's true.
We could probably can we make something? Let's see. We're scientists. We can figure this out.
We need a sofa to do any sort of bed making. Okay, I'm resting a little bit on this.
Yeah, I mean, we can rest. Partial rest. Better than nothing. Scoot around the room a little. Oh. Yeah, they definitely did have some stuff going on here. Found a thing.
Dr. Mance reporting. On the advice of Keystone, Gate has established a facility here in Flat Hill. We judge it unwise to advertise our activities, so for the time being our presence is, necessarily clandestine, if not a bit syrupy. The location was selected for the convergence of certain geomagnetic forces that amplify the power of our perforation equipment. We stand poised on the brink of an entirely new technology. I'm convinced of it.
Hang on. I want to hear that again.
Dr. Mance reporting. On the advice of Keystone, Gate has established a facility here in Flat Hill. We judge it unwise to advertise our activities, so for the time being our presence is, necessarily clandestine, if not a bit syrupy. The location was selected for the convergence of certain geomagnetic forces that amplify the power of our perforation equipment. We stand poised on the brink of an entirely new technology.
Alright, let's get this email.
ISOs. Tennyson at Cascade internal.gate. Are you sure IS0064 is contained in Flat Hill? What has stopped it from leaving? I'm still waiting on your report. T. H. Dixon, Cascade internal gate. We can't be perfectly certain, but everything we're seeing suggests it's localized to Flat Hill. It seems erratic to us. We've noticed some patterns. It seems to compose melodies of sorts. Reports coming. I've been busy. Henderson. So we've got a new Mozart on our hands. I need more than that, Hilda. It'll be in my report, but I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. They're part of the fog phenomena. We lost any chance to explore their origins once we installed the containment system. They may actually generate the fog, but last time I suggested researching it, you said I was blowing smoke, remember? We'll discuss it. T. And there's a photo of a stop sign and one of the giants in the distance. CTU cleanup request from ComEd at Cascade. We have reason to believe one of the Flat Hill residents is investigating our office structure. He's been turned away by security twice. Is this an operative concern? Confirmed. They appear to have been compiling a dossier of sorts. The exposure risk is significant, even if no one believes him. What are the considerations? Limited. This is also with R.S. Strauss. Limited. The resident is an outlier from the community, regarded as something of a screwball. I believe we have scope. We have dispatched contractors to resolve the matter. Hygiene protocols apply. Acknowledged. Cleaning underway.
Eclipse,
they
here.
Assassinated a local gadfly who
Eclipse.
was
Here.
getting
Take
carried.
this. Or do you have soup? You got soup.
Yeah,
I dropped an MRE for you as well if you want that. Hold on, I want to look at this just so I get it in my thing. Cool picture. Cleanup request. One thought has been investigating her office structure, turned away by security twice.
Let me know when y'all are ready.
Damn, yeah, so we're like Black Mesa if they were fucking evil. Although, I mean, that doesn't mean we knew that.
You can make an argument of Black Mesa being evil.
I feel like...
They were making nukes.
Oh shit, were they?
Missiles, at least.
I guess
they were
so.
like a military contract, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. JD's the only one without a cool white backpack. We gotta find a third one.
And I need one.
Stay down. Hit the button!
He's already seen us. Uh-oh.
What? Why'd everyone go flying through the air? Something happened. Did you see that? Like the chair went in the sky?
That was just the child, yeah. Eclipse ran out.
We gotta save Eclipse.
Hey, y'all left me alone in here.
I thought we were all gonna immediately get on the elevator. Oh my god, that's so funny, the chair. Alright, let's go.
To be clear, Kevin did that. I was in the back of the elevator.
Okay, well I made it through.
There's a collectible figure. There's a collectible figure here.
There is. I'm gonna try and distract him.
I'm getting that figure. I need it. I think once we finish up here, that's probably where we call it tonight, because this is huge and it's getting late.
Yeah. For sure.
The thing is, this is the kind of thing that makes you want to keep playing.
That's true, but it's like so late. You know? Oh, this room isn't anything. Can I get on top of this?
I am like currently occupying the second I might get killed, so y'all should.
Oh, I found a.
This is Dr. Derek
Oh,
Vance.
I don't think I ever found that.
I'm pleased to confirm the first Flat Hill perforation was a success, although the geomagnetic convergence was stronger than we anticipated, allowing an entity to pass across IS-064.
See how to get up
the
now.
largest we've yet logged in our immurement registry. Indeed, the events here in Flat Hill have advanced our understanding of perforation by orders of magnitude. I regret the contamination and consequent, closure of the township, but I am more confident than ever in Gates' ability to develop a functional portal network. What we learn here will alter the history of our species. And maybe we can finally stop flying economy.
Sorry, I'm just grinding. I'm grinding stealth off this guy's ass.
I say. You're grinding stealth on me potentially getting killed here.
We'll be fine.
I did get hit once.
You're a warrior. Okay, I found stairs. Bye. Okay. I'm making my move. I'm making my move for the collectible figure.
Okay.
Composer figurine. Got it. This is a fun. That's a really fun thing to put in the game. The little figures.
Yeah. Okay. Are we all up here, or is it?
I'm grinding.
This may get awkward.
You shitting?
Soon.
I'm up here. JD, what's the sit rep?
JD's.
I'm not actually quite sure how we all got up, though. Do I
There's a staircase
Yeah, you gotta
somewhere.
jump. No, wait, Kara, don't move in the way. Kara,
Oh,
Kara, please
I
get
see.
out of the
Sorry.
way. I have like a rhythm.
Look, you see where I am? Where I'm looking now, there's a staircase right. Oh, you're already up here. This guy's freaky. See, there's a ladder here.
Okay, I am very way down, so I kind of got.
You take a nice run. Are you at yellow or red?
I'm at red.
Oh, you don't want to be at red. You ain't getting experience at red. You might want to drop some if you have some like less important things. Hey, that's water. We need that.
I'm only putting it down so I can get my stamina back.
Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
Have a sip while you're at it. It's good to have sips. I'm making music.
This guy's making music. That's his whole thing.
I don't really hear much noise from them.
We good, gang?
Like, is it? Am I
I
like?
instinctively shushed you. I apologize.
Let me know when.
I'm not really hearing like much noise from these guys.
No, they don't really make noise.
They're composers.
Alright, let's go.
Alright, you gonna grab the last one? So
Oh.
each.
Yeah, sure, I might as well.
And I assume our.
I don't have space.
I can probably take
What do you do?
something small.
I might be able to stack something if you got like
Oh, yeah, here.
pins
Take
or
a
tape or something.
Oh! I can make a root beer float now!
Let's get out of here.
Failed to teleport! Oh, it just put me back
Yeah,
behind.
I was about to say, okay, it didn't kill you, good.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going in now. Oh,
Look over here.
where are we? Is this good? Is this bad? Where?
Was a very,
This is
very bad idea.
Yo, hey.
Just breathe, Abe. We'll get through this just fine.
We met.
I'm 83% sure we're doomed.
You'll have to forgive my colleague, Abe. He's had a bit of a shock. We tried to get out through Flat Hill, and, well, some people died. Then, some genius deactivated the composer containment system. So, clearly, we need to find another exit out of here. And that's looking like manufacturing west. I don't exactly enjoy the idea, but our options are limited.
Do you think at the end of this game we're all gonna be like fucking Super Saiyan Gordon Freeman's fighting some kind of Nihilant thing? Oh shit, y'all getting fucked up in there?
Some kind of night.
Okay, we got it, okay. Whose bags is this? Oh, it's just a desk. Do we have everything open around here? Oh my god.
Yeah, power's
There's a robot fighting a monster in there.
Yeah. Just let me do that.
Okay, I'm just gonna unlock more of these doors.
I want to see the robot fighting the monster.
I think it's coming. The robot's coming. The robot's coming. Leave! 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 I'm just unlocking doors so we can move around more later. Oh my god.
Getting back to base.
We gotta get back to base. Yeah, I don't really know where we are. I don't.
Actually, I guess I'm not that bad. We're on floor 3. Oh, there's an X-Horde here. Shit. Okay, we gotta go. This way.
I'm gonna light him up. Okay, he's dead. What is? I hate this guy. What is his deal? He's scurrying
He
away.
needs food. He's really hungry.
That's not a real human. At first I thought that was just a weird guy. I'm becoming increasingly certain that's some kind of strange mimic.
Where's the hazmat suit? Oh shit, yeah, I'm definitely gonna grab that. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I know where we are now.
Oh, I'm so tired.
All right, I'm heading back. I'm.
Oh no, this thing's gonna annihilate me. I'm getting out of here.
Okay, good news. I killed a damn dog that was like standing in our way. Like just one spear shot to the head.
Hey, by the way, guess where we're gonna have to go if we want power cells in the future? Smiles.
Yeah, let me guess. That place or something even worse.
That place.
All right. I'll live.
That has
I've hurt my leg.
the same mechanic as the Antiverse 2 portal, where it refills every once in a while.
Yeah, I bet.
Hey, I'll pop my power cell in here.
All right.
Are y'all already making your way back base?
Oh shit, it's open. What's this guy got to say?
Yeah, I also opened up manufacturing west entrance.
The power cells. energy.
I don't know, we got our path open. We can go to manufacturing. Now, manufacturing, they said, is there's an escape route, right? That's the thing?
Yes, there's a surface tunnel in manufacturing.
Perfect. I can't wait to...
I would just hide for a second to let the robot go back to sleep, but I should be able to escape now.
Awesome.
What a fucking day that was. That was half a week we spent in there.
I gotta sleep and I gotta shit.
I gotta heal my fucking legs. I gotta put our ghoul on the shelf.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic.
Sodium chloride.
Oh. Oh, we never, we didn't get back to that locker room to get... Well, we didn't have much in there, right?
Yeah, I can give it a run once I'm not, completely fucked.
I was not...
Oh, right. Never either.
Root bear. Like a bear hug in your mouth. So it tastes like licorice or something worse. Chili treat may cause temporary brain freeze.
Hey, did you say that the manufacturing opens a shortcut, or just that it's open?
It's open. It's the next area that we have to go to.
Scrap shot ammo. Pest trap. Ooh, okay. Nachos. Duct tape. I bet a bucket and some metal. Stapler? Pest trap. Oh, I got a trap.
So I used one energy cell to open up the thingy. We should use the other two for pipe pistols. Pipe pistols for me and JD.
100%. 100%.
Also, I'm putting down a magazine stand because it's used in a crafting recipe later that it's annoying to get otherwise, so if you see that, that's why.
Okay. Good. Hey, strength level 4! Wait, that's fortitude? Where's... That's...
I am just about boiling up.
Hey, everybody meet me in the main room. No one eat anything. No one eat anything. You're gonna have something here.
1 second, I gotta shit. Badly, I was getting here.
Give me a second. I got something for everybody in a minute here.
Eventually we're going to need to organize all of these.
Yeah. What do you have for us, Kara?
Hold on. It's something to, Can we... Oh, we can just turn this on. Nice. Well, there's Detour.
Yeah, it's neat power. Oh, we had a power socket here the entire time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
Hang on. No. Why is this like this?
Yeah, it doesn't show you which way it needs to face.
It's just very strange. It puts the arrow on like the wrong, like an irrelevant spot.
There we go.
Okay. That's my screwdriver. Those are my bullets. That's my slushy bomb. Sorry, let me put up a couple more things here before we end it. Power cell going in there, emitting its moderate radiation. Should we store
I
those
found
separately?
Another anvil, by the way. I'm gonna put that in the pool.
I can feel my proteins denaturing.
Wait, so you have... what are you missing?
What do you mean, what am I missing? Nobody's gonna eat anything because I got something. When y'all are done with your work, let's meet in the one of our rooms here. I got something special for us to end with.
Yeah, right.
Don't forget to share any cool new recipes we might have gotten.
We were gone so long that most of my plants died.
Oh no!
Oh, no. Wait, they die? I didn't know they died.
Do we have nachos?
Wait, if you had water,
I could certainly
I want
use
to pet
a
so
drink.
bad. Alright, is everybody ready?
I don't know if they can come back, but I can try it.
Alright,
I'll
JD,
see
you
that
might want
if
to take
we
that
have
hazmat suit off. You're gonna be overheating here in the regular world.
I think it says I'm cozy right now.
Okay, well I was overheating. Anyway, everybody come here. Come here. I got something for all of us.
Oh yeah, she's dead. Holy shit.
I got something for all of us to enjoy.
Coming.
I made something special.
Oh.
New recipe I got since I saw ice cream. And we got all that root beer from the robots. We can enjoy.
Clink.
Clink. Fuck yeah.
That's awesome.
Science life. We're all hyper!
That made me uncomfortably cold.
It's good! Well look, we got all these heaters. Oh, I need to have a seat. I'll go have a seat in my, look what else I brought back!
Yeah.
My executive chair!
Nice.
Do we have a Unfortunate Spaceman? Yes, it's in here! I'm so good at this. I'm gonna be the killer.
This is so cozy.
This is so good. We got another arcade game in there. You can play Detour. I want to live here in real life. Oh, someone brought back the other game. Cool. Yeah.
That's why I was so heavy.
Yeah.
I was carrying 2 arcade machines and 2 water coolers.
Yeah.
How am I doing on stats? I could still use a little bit of everything.
Okay, I have something for you.
Yeah.
Armor.
Thank you. Fuck yes.
Yeah.
Do I have a new perk? Fuck yeah. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. What a wonderful toilet's life we have.
A beautiful toilet life.
I'm done in toilet. I think I need some metal. Thank God we've got tons of it. I just wish the repair bench would pull from the,
Yeah, me too.
Oh, I need... meat.
Even though they're not perishable, I put the nachos in the fridge.
Oh, good. Yeah, I definitely want to make a trap and get some stuff.
Hell yeah.
Hey, my crafting's going up from doing all this. I need some plastic. I mean, I can't repair this. Oh, you can't repair the security pistol.
Yeah, that's kind of the one flaw with it.
Oh, well.
You can get more though.
Yeah. No,
We can make hot pistols now, at least.
Yeah.
True.
Can those be repaired?
Yes, they can.
Hopefully.
In fact, I might throw myself together one if folks are okay with that.
Yeah. Let's see, I need duct tape.
Nice. And
Make myself some scrap shot.
Do we have any spare magazines?
Yeah, they're in the extra zone.
Okay. Oh wow, yeah, we got a lot from that thing, huh?
Yeah, there were plenty. Next time the portal's reset, I'll definitely be going back there for more stuff. Okay, I got myself a stack of ammo. So actually I haven't used this pistol, I used the shotgun, which you get later.
Oh, I want a
scrap shotgun. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing.
Well, I got my gear all together. We need more miscellaneous object storage, I think. Oh no, someone put pipes in there, that's not correct. Pipes don't go there, that's not miscellaneous, that's construction. That's basic material.
I probably shouldn't use that last thing to make another pistol, huh?
I mean, you might as well. We don't really need it for anything else, if I remember correctly. And if we,
I guess we can always go back in.
And get one more, yeah, I mean, that won't be too hard.
Back in there.
Now that we've done it once.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Alright, I'm feeling good. I'm just gonna charge my flashlight real quick.
And that was also maybe my fourth time going through there, so...
Sprinting! Look at all these stats. Get so strong.
I do see on the gun like way better than the crossbow.
Oh, huh. Mine is piss poor. I can't shoot
Okay,
straight.
maybe my level just went up, but it feels like it's just way closer.
Yeah.
Let me charge this a little. Oh, well, this was a fun stream.
Yeah, it was a fun time.
Chad, I hope y'all enjoyed it as well.
Reckon I'm leaving here? I don't think so.
Yeah, whatever. We've seen so much cool shit that scared the shit out of us.
Little hobby things everywhere. You're on your own.
Okay, asshole.
I could use a sleep. It's so funny hearing the Unfortunate Spaceman music in this. Is it by like the same publisher or something? Not tired, not hungry, hydrated. Oh, the Spaceman poster. Oh, the art. What a wonderful, loud room we have here.
I could kill you right now.
I could kill you right now. Except you couldn't kill me, actually, because I have a shield. Oh no! I like that your name tag is still on the outside of that.
Hey, I just realized.
Yeah?
We left all our stuff in the locker room.
Yeah, but that was just like stuff we picked up, like scraps and things.
Yeah.
We'll have to make a note to get that next time.
Too hot.
You see, you're burning up in that thing.
Yeah, but this room is full of heals.
Wait a minute, you know what? I just realized something. Hold on. Something we should make. Also, where's Eclipse?
Hi.
Do we not have staplers? What happened to all our staplers? We had like 100 staplers. What do we use? What do we use them on?
Some of them be used on the guns.
Oh, okay. I wanted to make a big old skeleton to put our hazmat suits on.
Oh, I see.
You know, something fun.
That guy almost broke the fridge.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they do that. There's a spawn zone like literally right here for some reason. That
Is there a way to prevent those?
Not really.
Oh. Well,
If that's moving it.
we got any other quick little things we want to do, or we want to end it here?
We can have it here. Let me just get some plants. Where's the?
I've holstered my things. I'm
I'm just quickly getting plants set back up for next time so we don't forget. Super tomato. Okay.
We've cooked so much.
Ready to wrap up.
We're ready to wrap up. All sitting on the floor, like no other Half-Life style series has ended an episode. Fuck, for this past like hour, I've been sitting here like, damn, I want to go watch like the old Pokemon anime when I go to bed, and I'm like, what if I watch Half-Life VR instead?
Yeah.
I think I still haven't finished the behind-the-scenes stuff.
Oh, behind the scenes is great. It's great. Oh well, this was fantastic. I can't. You're lucky you did hit me. This was great. I cannot believe how cool the that place is. That's so fucking sick.
I need to check the Steam page because I know there's like a lot of those, and I'm assuming they're all different.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point I have now seen everything they prominently show off in the trailers and like screenshots and stuff.
Yeah, I actually didn't really watch the trailers, so the Flat Hill was kind of a surprise to me.
Yeah, like I remember, I assumed when I saw that I was like, "Are you going to be outside at one point? Maybe it'll be like foggy or it'll be weather conditions." Like, no, I mean you are outside, but it's not like, you know, I thought it was like in Half-Life when you're running around on the surface and it's all fenced in, like parking areas and you know. This is scary. This is scary. Why is this happening? Oh my god!
This is a holdup, you see?
Oh my god, the server just saved. They could do anything they want right now before it ends, and it wouldn't change the future. No! No!
How much damage did that do?
What if it auto saves? I hope not. I hope it doesn't auto save when I hit quit.
I hope not either.
And my character is now saved with a bullet lodged in him. Beloved HR Dr. Piss guy.
I can't believe Kevin used his lag switch.
Oh. Well, this was a ton of fun. This was great.
Yeah, had a blast.
Shout out to my friends. I'm sure anyone watching already watches them or is following them. If not, go do it. Eclipse and JD, you can click their names or shout them out in chat. It is so fucking late. I'm tired. I want to go eat a late dinner and watch something. We gotta keep playing this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of want to like do it Tuesday next week. Like do it earlier, or depending on when Grief might be available.
We can do Tuesday.
I can probably do Tuesday.
Oh. What is it raid? Should we double raid again?
We can. I was gonna say, I don't know if I want to, I could also just raid into you and we could raid into somebody.
However you want to do it, it don't matter to me.
We could do a double raid. Last time it was kind of abrupt, so I just need to make sure that we know what's happening.
That's true. Wait for a fucking ad to end. There we go. Okay, I'm thinking... Wait, hold on. No, they just started. Okay, this is perfect. How about Goral Stream Team? They just started.
Hell yeah.
We can raid Goal Stream Team.
Like they aren't even off their, like, intro thing yet. Let's raid them.
Okay, tell me when you initiate the raid.
I'll tell you. Well... means I can't just end
And
I like to end on a stupid video.
It's a collab. You can't.
It's a collab. Fine. I'll end on this. Oh shit! What's the raid phrase? We haven't decided. There is no raid phrase. Goodbye.
What was that?